started. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Morton's hearing officer, for our next hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. This is styled before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy in the matter of Christine Y. Barr, PD number 08102, and the Medicine Shop AR 18562. Case number is 2023-173. Would counsel be so kind as to identify themselves for the record, please?
I'm Ashley Vales. I'm the General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Jeff Singleton of Wright, Lindsay, and Jennings on behalf of Dr. Christine Barr and the Medicine Shop.
All right, thank you, folks. For the record, my name is Charlie Moulton. I'll be acting as the hearing officer for this proceeding. I will go ahead and take judicial notice of the statutes as well as the rules that are governing this proceeding. Specifically, Arkansas Code annotated 17-92-101, its sequence, as well as the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. Mr. Singleton, I don't have to go through the version of what the hearing is all about. I'm assuming you have counseled your client on that
Correct.
in terms of the process and the procedure.
Yes.
All right. Let's take care of the housekeeping matters in terms of exhibits. I've got a skinny down version of staff's exhibits. It looks like they are 1 through 8. Is that right, Ms. Vales?
1 through 8 is paper. 9 is a phone call that I'm going to play. So a total of 9 exhibits on behalf of the State Board of Pharmacy.
Mr. Singleton, have you had an opportunity to review these exhibits?
I have, yes.
Any objection to their admission?
Not at this time, no.
All right. Thank you very much. Without objection, 1 through 9 is admitted. Mr. Singleton, did you bring some exhibits of your own that you want the board to take a look at?
We did. We have provided hard copies, and we've also provided an electronic copy that I believe is uploaded into this. I believe it is exhibits 1 through 15.
1 through 15. Let me double check with staff. So those have already been electronically uploaded for the
Yes.
board's consideration here.
They are, if you, on your tablet, there's a
Let me ask you
folder.
this, Ms. Vales. Any objection to the
No, I'm
admission?
sorry, no objection to the exhibits at this time.
And I hate to correct myself. It's actually 1 through 16.
1 through 16. All right, no objection to 1 through 16. Those exhibits are also admitted. Ms. Vales, you were given some context. What?
Yeah, just for the board's information, there's a folder that says Christine Barr. If you open that folder up, the top TMS Barr exhibits, that is Dr. Barr's exhibits. If you open that up, you'll find the 15 exhibits he has. Also under that folder, numerated 1 through 9 are the exhibits of the board staff.
Those exhibits are all admitted. I'm going to give you the nickel version in terms of a very short version. So as the hearing officer, my role is to conduct the hearing for the benefit of the board, but it's also for the benefit of you, Dr. Barr, as well. If at any time you don't understand what's happening, you had a question, nudge Mr. Singleton, he'll let me know. Because one of my jobs is to make certain that you get a fair shake in front of this tribunal. And if you think that's not happening, let Mr. Singleton know. He'll let me know, and we'll all get on the same page. Okay, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There's a bunch of people out there, folks. Are they all going to be witnesses? Are they observing? How many witnesses do you have, Ms. Vale?
I have 2, Dr. Brendan McCready and Dr. Brandon Holland.
And we've got 2 as well.
Right.
Their names, I'm sorry.
Kenny Stevens.
Kenny Stevens and
Okay.
Kelly Thompson.
All right. Why don't we just, we'll just swear them in individually then. That way I can keep track a little bit better. Any other housekeeping matters I need to address before we gravitate into opening statements?
I just have a request that the board take judicial notice of all the applicable pharmacy statutes and rules that govern this hearing today.
I think I already did that, but belt and suspenders, I'll do it again. Ms. Vales, do you have an opening?
I do.
Please proceed.
Before you today is Dr. Christine Barr, who is the pharmacist in charge of the Medicine Shop, which she is the license holder for the Medicine Shop. She had hired William Keith Dixon as a pharmacy intern. He worked for her as a graduate intern and then beyond that. However, Mr. Dixon, if in October of 2022, failed his NAPLEX exam. But he continued working for Dr. Barr at some point under no license at all, and filled roughly 4,000 prescriptions or participated in the dispensing of 4,000 prescriptions without a license, all under Dr. Barr's supervision as a PIC and owner of the Medicine Shop Pharmacy. I'm going to have two witnesses, Dr. McCready. She will go over the status and the rules regarding supervision of interns and externs. And then Dr. Holland, who did the investigation on this case, will present to you documentation and testimony that outlines how many prescriptions were filled, how we determined that, and the results and conclusion of his investigation on this matter.
Well, thank you, Ms. Mills. Mr. Singleton?
Thank you. And I want to thank all of you for being here today and for giving us this opportunity. Introduce myself. I'm Jeff Singleton. This is Dr. Christine Barr. I don't want to hide the ball, guys. We all saw what happened on February 7th when Mr. Dixon was supposed to be here in front of y'all. He didn't. And this was presented to y'all. We have had the benefit of watching that. We recognize you have a lot of questions. You have a lot of things that you want answered. What we're not going to be able to do today is tell you why Mr. Dixon did what he did. But what we intend and have every expectation we will be able to do today is allow you to see why Dr. Barr, on behalf of the Medicine Shop, made the decisions that she made and how she became involved in these allegations that are before the board at this time. So with that being said, there are some factual inaccuracies that we'll clean up, but there's about 17 or 18 years of history here that needs to be unpacked. And I promise you we're going to do that in an expedited manner because we value your time. We don't want to belabor any points that are unnecessary, but it is vitally important that this be put into context of what was going on. Make no secret of it. This is a pharmacist fighting for her livelihood and for her pharmacy. We all recognize that. We believe that once we have been able to put this into context and you understand what's going on, because you're going to hear from Dr. Barr. And again, Dr. Barr's presentation may be a little longer than you guys are used to. But again, we ask you, give us some patience. We will get through it and we're trying to expedite it. You'll also hear from Kenny Stevens. Mr. Stevens works for the city of North Little Rock. We believe that when you hear from Mr. Stevens, you're going to see the vital importance that this pharmacy plays to the community that it serves. You're also going to hear from Kelly Thompson. Ms. Thompson is a longtime friend of Dr. Barr's, and she will explain to you, or you will hopefully get some glimpse at the importance that that Dr. Barr places on making sure she's in compliance and has a pharmacist in the pharmacy at all times required. Again, it is our hope that at the end of all of this, after you hear the evidence, you may not come to the conclusion that she did no wrong, but we hope that you will at least understand why she made the decisions that she made. It is further our hope and our goal that at the end of this presentation today and at the end of this hearing, you'll not only allow this pharmacist in this pharmacy to go forward, you'll encourage them to do so. Again, making sure everything is where it needs to be, but it's our hope that you're going to see this is a good pharmacist and this is a very vital and important pharmacy to the community. And we look forward to the opportunity to demonstrate that for you today.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Ms. Mills, go ahead and call your first witness, please.
Call Dr. Brenda McCready.
Dr. McCready, if you could. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. McCready, as part of your duties as Assistant Executive Director of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, did you oversee the investigation conducted by Dr. Brandon Holland of the Medicine Shop.
I did.
And part of your review of his work and the records of the board, were you able to discover basically William Keith Dixon's different statuses at different times during this tenure of the investigation?
I was.
Can you tell the board, I guess the first time or the first instance where William Keith Dixon had some sort of registration or license with the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy?
Dr. Dixon, excuse me, I'm sorry. Mr. Dixon was actually in pharmacy school and known to the board in about 2013. He left school and was not an active student. He became an active student again at a later date, had a technician permit with the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy that expired on 12/31 of 2020. When he got into pharmacy school, he did get an intern license.
And explain for the record what an intern license is.
An intern license is a license that's issued to pharmacy students so that they can practice in a pharmacy setting. They do some first year practice, what we call IPPEs, and then they do practice in their fourth year APPEs, which we actually call rotations. They have to be under the direct supervision of a pharmacist. They cannot practice by themselves. Mr. Dixon was an intern. After his technician permit expired, he was an intern while he was in pharmacy school. An intern has to take the Arkansas Pharmacy Law exam, jurisprudence exam, in order to move forward. He failed the Arkansas jurisprudence exam on 12/7 of 2020. He failed it again on 1/29 of 2021. He met with the board for approval to take the law exam for a third time on 2/11/2021, and he actually passed that exam on 3/26 of 2021.
And that's a requirement for him to move forward as an intern, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then what do you have next with regard to records on Mr. Dixon's status as an intern?
We have some records showing that he was an intern from 5/22 to 8/13 of 2022, working for Dr. Barr. He actually was to confer his degree in 2022. He did not graduate with his regular class. He conferred his degree on 8/13 of 2022 when he went, and at that point, he went from an intern to a graduate intern. A graduate intern is a person that has been conferred and they are awaiting the NABPLEX, which is the national exam that they take to become a pharmacist.
Well, let me ask you this. So how long is a person that graduates from pharmacy school, how long is their pharmacy registration as a graduate intern last?
It will last up to 6 months after they graduate from pharmacy school.
Okay, with the idea that during that time, they're supposed to take the NAPLEX, correct?
That is correct.
Explain for the record what the NAPLEX is.
The NABPLEX is the national exam that pharmacists take in order to become a licensed or a pharmacist through the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy. In order to get a license with whatever state they're going to be practicing in, they have to take and pass that exam.
And so with regard to the NAPLEX, it is a test that measures a beginner level of knowledge for a pharmacist.
It's a test that measures that beginning level when you graduate from pharmacy school. It's a test to ensure that you have the basics to go out and practice in a pharmacy setting.
So is it sort of like a minimum level of competency that you have to have in order to work in a pharmacy? Is that a fair
As a
statement?
pharmacist, yes.
Yes, okay. And so what records does the board have with regard to William Keith Dixon's attempt to take the NAPLEX?
Mr. Dixon applied for did his paperwork through the State Board of Pharmacy. He failed the NAPLEX on 10/20 of 2022. And that time once you fail the NAPLEX, you go from a graduate intern to what's called an extern, and you now count in the ratio in a pharmacy. And you also, the entire time after graduation, you have to be supervised with by a pharmacist until you pass the NAPLEX.
So when you're talking about the ratio, you're talking about pharmacy techs and externs would all count as under the ratio that a pharmacist can supervise. Is
That
that
is correct.
Okay.
And he, as I said, he failed the NAPLEX on 10/20 of 2022. His intern license then expired on 11/30 of 2022, which was at the 6-month point. And then he again failed the NAPLEX on 2/23 of 2023.
So after that time, after he failed the NAPLEX and his extern license expired, did William Keith Dixon have any license with the State Board of Pharmacy at all?
He had no license with the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy to practice pharmacy in anything.
And what date is that from?
10/20/2022, and then his intern license expired on 11/30/2022. So at that point, he did not have a license with the board.
And we do not have any record of William Keith Dixon attempting the NAPLEX a third time. Is that correct?
We do not.
All right. Anything else, Dr. McCray, that you want to add that we have not gone over?
I will add that in the past, when I graduated from pharmacy school, and I hate to say how long ago that was, but it's a very long time ago. You could work an intern in the pharmacy with you. Once we took the NAPLEX, we could work within phone supervision of a pharmacist. That law changed in about 2007 to 2008. And from that point on, until you pass the NAPLEX, you can only work under the direct supervision of a licensed pharmacist.
So if William Keith Dixon had a valid extern license or a valid intern license, he would, Dr. Barr or another pharmacist would have to be present with him at all times. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, anything else you want to add?
No, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Singleton, any cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. McCready. I've got just a few questions. Let me go beyond the scope of your direct examination for just one moment. On October 3rd of 2024, did you make a phone call to the medicine shop?
On October 3rd of 2020,
I'm sorry, on October 3rd, 2023, did you make a phone call to the medicine shop?
I did. There was a fire at the North Bar in North Little Rock, and we got a call from the Department of Health that there was a complaint that they were working in maybe not safe conditions, that there was a lot of smoke. And I called and asked to speak with Dr. Barr. The gentleman that answered the phone said Dr. Barr was not there. I asked if I was speaking to the pharmacist, and the gentleman said, yeah, I am the pharmacist, or yes, you are. And that person was Mr. Dixon.
Yeah, you anticipated my next question. On October the 3rd of 2024, Mr. Dixon, 2023, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to go forward in time. On October the 3rd of 2023, Mr. Dixon identified himself to you, Assistant Director of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, as a licensed pharmacist.
He did identify himself to me as a licensed pharmacist.
Okay, let's go, if we can. I want to clarify something to make sure I understand it correctly. I'm a little confused on some of the dates. Once a person successfully graduates from pharmacy school, they are then a graduate intern, correct? Okay. And so Mr. Dixon didn't graduate with his class in May, did he?
He did not.
He graduated in August, right?
Correct.
So, and I completely understand that once he failed the NAPLEX in October, that he was converted to an extern, correct? But that 6-month period still stays in effect, does it not?
If you look at the law, and I'm going to have to pull it up to
How
quote it.
about, well, I'd like to cite you if we could
Okay.
go to 0201, I believe it is 04.
That's where I am.
Yes, and I believe it is D.
It is. It
Right.
says it remains valid as long as the intern maintains active student status in a board-approved college of pharmacy and for 6 months after graduation from a college of pharmacy or completion, et cetera, for pharmacist, that type thing. At
So-
that time, the intern license becomes.
Right. So there's no up to 6-month language in there, is there? It says 6 months.
It
does it?
says he will be a graduate extern for 6 months and he will be under the direct supervision of a licensed pharmacist per the rest of the law.
Right. But my question is this, his graduate internship or as an extern, it didn't really expire on November 30, according to the rules, did it? It actually expired 6 months after he graduated in August of 2022, right?
And I don't have I have a graduate intern date here, 8/14 of 2022. When he failed the next NAPLEX, he becomes an extern.
Right.
He's no longer a graduate intern.
Well, is there any rule that's been cited in this notice of hearing saying that his externship expired, cites us to this rule, which is 02010004D? And I'm just curious, is there anything in this rule that says for externs that your term is shortened, that 6-month period after graduation does not stay in effect?
It says that under K, it states that a graduate intern must sit for the NAPLEX within 6 months of the date of graduation. If a graduate intern sits for the NAPLEX and does not make a passing grade, the graduate intern will be reduced to intern status and will once again count in the pharmacist to intern ratio.
Right. So he's,
So he is no longer a graduate intern. He is now just an intern.
so is there something that tells us, and again, I'm asking for clarification because I don't have a gotcha anywhere on this. Is there something that says the magic date is now November 30? I'm trying to find where the November 30 date comes from.
And I will have to, let me look at my notes. That's the documents on. I'll put that down for you.
So at least we've got some,
I cannot answer that question, but I believe it can be answered.
who would answer that question?
Dr. Kirtley.
All right, okay. Pass the witness.
Ms. Reynolds?
And I already admitted into evidence is the phone call that that Mr. Singleton's referred to. I can play that if the board wants to hear it. I think you've heard it before. What was the reason again, Dr. McCready, for the phone call?
I called the pharmacy to talk to the pharmacist because of a complaint we received from the Department of Health regarding smoke from the fire that was in a restaurant adjacent to, in the center.
And Christine Barr was not present that
She
day.
was not present that day. No, she was not.
William Keith Dixon was present.
Yes.
Right.
And he did identify himself as the pharmacist.
All right. Is the onus on the intern applicant or the intern registrar to notify the board of of his status? As far as, does he have to let us know, like, do we have knowledge of their graduation dates? And if he doesn't graduate on time with his class, would that be something that Mr. Dixon would have to tell us, or do we get those dates from the school, or how does that work?
I understand we get those dates from the school. We do know when a student doesn't pass NAPLEX. We don't know unless they tell us where they're working, nor do we know. We don't have an intern plan anymore, so, and they have to work under direct supervision. The pharmacist is required to notify the board when they have someone employed there and under what conditions they have them working.
Would there have been an opportunity if he chose to take it for Mr. Dixon to ask the board staff to extend his extern or intern license? Is that a request that he could make legally?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, anything else you want to add?
No.
Last witness.
Mr. Singleton?
One very short follow-up. Dr. McCready, I want to make sure the record is clear. When you made your phone call on October 3rd, told by Mr. Dixon that Dr. Barr was not at the pharmacy. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And as far as you actually knowing whether or not she was there, you really can't testify to that. Is that correct?
I can testify to the fact that I called and asked to speak with her directly, and I was told she was not there.
I understand. You were, we in no dispute there. You were told she was not
told
there.
She was not there.
Fair enough. Pass the witness.
Ms. Vales?
No other questions for Dr. McCready.
Board members, any
Go ahead.
questions for Dr. McCready? Right, if not, thank you very much for your testimony. Dr. McCready, your next witness, Ms. Vales?
Can I add to my witness list and call Dr. Kirtley? You objection to that?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
Director, do you swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Curley, can you clear up the issue with this rule that we were discussing?
I can attempt to. In general, the expiration of intern licenses is set when interns actually enter into the College of Pharmacy, once they become an intern. Now, in ancient times, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you would get an annual intern license. The board sought to simplify that process and only have to have interns do that one time throughout their training. And so those were extended, instead of being an annual license, it must be renewed, to being up until 6 months post-graduation. Generally, we are looking for updates from the College of Pharmacy. If we get one that says a graduation date has been extended, or if a student has dropped out of active status, we would either turn off the intern license if they're no longer in active student status, or we would extend it if we get an extended graduation notification. In reviewing Mr. Dixon's file, we did not receive that notice from the college. Therefore, his license was never extended. So yes, the rule says 6 months post-graduation, but we don't know to extend it, and it doesn't have an automatic extension unless there's a notification from the school or the College of Pharmacy there's an extended date. So the only records that the board had was an expected, May graduation date, not knowing that he had not graduated at that time because we didn't have an application or anything else. Hopefully that helps clarify
Yeah,
that.
so when did you discover, the staff discover that William Keith Dixon did not graduate on time? Was that part of this investigation in 2023?
Yes, when we were investigating his previous licensure action, I'm sure that we had gotten an application for him to take Naplex, and it may have been seen there, but we never had a different official graduation date reported or a request to extend that intern license, so it just did not happen.
That's all I have for Dr. Curley.
Mr. Singleton?
Perfect. Thank you. And I'll be very quick. Dr. Kirtley, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I will be very quick. I want to make sure I'm understanding, and I appreciate your explanation. But am I correct in my understanding that regardless of the date that he graduated, the way the rule reads is he is supposed to have a 6-month period as either a graduate intern or an extern?
You are correct in that.
And if the board has accused him and has alleged that he graduated in August of 2022, then would you agree that the way the rule is written, his externship or his graduate internship should have extended up to and including that date 6 months later, which would have been in February of 2023?
I agree that is the way the rule reads.
Pass the witness.
Thank you, sir.
One
Ms. Rose?
follow-up. So it wasn't extended because you frankly didn't know that he didn't graduate on time. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
So had you known, we probably would have extended it.
Yes, if we had gotten notification of the delayed graduation date, which we generally do get those, we have discussed that with the school, then we would have extended it for 6 months.
And if Mr. Dixon had called the board or written the board or emailed the board and said, hey, I'm actually not graduating in May, I'm graduating in August, would we have taken action on that?
We would have requested a clarification from the School of Pharmacy that he had delayed graduation date. Once we would get an official letter or notification of that, then we would extend his intern license.
But again, we didn't do that because we didn't know. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Nothing else for Dr. Curley.
No further questions.
Board members, any questions for the director? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Beals, your next witness.
Dr. Brandon Holland.
Bill, if you could. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Holland,
Oh, Dr. Holland, I'm sorry. What did I call him? Dr. Hill.
Dr. Holland, yeah. Tell the board and for the record, your job title at the Board of Pharmacy.
I am a pharmacy inspector investigator here at the Board of Pharmacy.
And on October 6th, 2023, tell the board what you did that day and how you came in contact and learned of this issue at the medicine shop.
All right, it was a Friday afternoon out conducting routine inspections. So came in, was greeted very warmly by the staff. Let them know I was there to complete a routine inspection. And at that time, Mr. Dixon informed me that the pick was not there that day. So I do as I normally always do and just assure them that I'm sure we'll be able to find what we need. And if not, you're right here in my back door. I can come see you again if I need to. So the way I normally start my license or my inspection is by looking at demographics for the pharmacy. So confirming roster, who works there, looking at their licenses. So whenever Mr. Dixon told me his name, I noticed there was not a license on the wall to match that name.
And is that a requirement of board rules that that license, if it existed, should have been on the wall?
It does state that it must be posted in a conspicuous place within the pharmacy.
Okay. So what was William Keith Dixon's explanation for his license not being on the wall?
So when he told me his name was Keith, I initially did a search in our database to see if I could find a license tied to that name. I was unable to find a match, so I confirmed spelling of the name and asked if it would possibly be under any other name. I think initially I did a search under Dixon only, which brought back William Keith Dixon. And I said, is there any chance that it would be under William Keith? And he was like, yeah, I thought I had called and corrected that with the board.
Okay, and then what did you do?
At that point, I realized that Mr. Dixon was unlicensed. So I tried to call Dr. McCready, got in contact with Dr. Kirtley. And within 15 minutes, Dr. Kirtley arrived at the pharmacy there with me.
And was Dr. Barr there during this inspection and conversations with Mr. Dixon?
No, ma'am, she was out of the state at the time.
And how do you know that?
I believe her sister-in-law, Miss Angie, ended up giving her a call. And we spoke with her to let her know what was going on at that time within her pharmacy.
Okay. What happened after Dr. Kirtley arrived?
So Dr. Kirtley went through the same thing as I did, speaking with Mr. Dixon, asking where his license was. Mr. Dixon again, acted like there should be a license on the wall. And we let him know that he was unlicensed.
So he maintained to Dr. Kirtley the same as he had to you, that there should be a license for him, that he didn't ever admit that he was unlicensed. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Statement? Okay. And then at that point, when you realized that there is not a pharmacist in the pharmacy, what did you and Dr. Kirtley do?
Dr. Kirtley was asking him, how long he had been working. I believe he said he had been working most Thursdays and Saturdays since the beginning of 2023, is what he said. At that point, I believe we reached out to Dr. Barr to let her know what was going on. Told her that he needed to exit the pharmacy and she needed to get somebody there as quickly as possible.
What was her reaction?
I think very much like mine, she was very surprised.
Okay. And at that point, you began well, let me ask you this. You never really finished the inspection of the medicine shop that day, correct?
That's correct.
So at that point, where did your investigative efforts turn?
So I started retrieving records from the pharmacy at that point to start looking at, try to figure out how many prescriptions were processed, who was working, when they were working.
And as part of your investigation, did you, at the close of your investigation, prepare a report?
I did, yes.
Okay. And if you will refer to that report, and it is for the board's review, it is exhibit 2. And does this report summarize the findings that you made as part of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just go over the findings that you made that developed into the order notice of hearing that we're here on today?
Sure. Since I was able to find records that indicated he worked as early as May of 2022, I collected records from May of 2022 through October of 2023. By looking at the various sources of records, which included dispensing logs, RX daily reports, which is equivalent to a signature log, I was able to determine from that Mr. Dixon worked approximately 193 days between May of 2022 and October of 2023.
Some of those days he worked as an intern, a graduate intern, an extern. But how many days do you have where Keith Dixon worked without any license whatsoever?
Without any license, 135.
And you have some days that William Keith Dixon was there present with Dr. Barr, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you received all that information from what documents?
That was the daily RX log.
Okay. And where did you retrieve those documents?
I retrieved them from the pharmacy that day. I was able to get part of the records that were there from 2023 that day. And I believe Dr. Barr had stored some of the records from 2022 offsite, if I'm not mistaken. So I had to get those a couple days later.
All right. And tell us what other findings after digging into these records that you determined.
So after looking at the dispensing reports, which board members, that would be Exhibit 5. It's unfortunately a big mess there, blocking everything out for HIPAA. You'll see that Keith Dixon is listed as the pharmacist on nearly 9,700, to give an exact number, 9,768 prescriptions between May of 2022 and October 6th of 2023.
All right. And let's just go over more of your report. So go over the days where Dr. Barr was there and who signed the prescription logs and things like that, if you would.
Okay, so from looking at that daily RX log, which I used for part of my data, I was able to determine that there were 20 days where Dr. Barr and Mr. Dixon both signed that log, showing that they worked portions of that day. There were 28 days where Mr. Dixon signed the log, but the dispensing reports did not have his name listed as the pharmacist on any of them. And then there were 61 days from my initial investigation that would have indicated that Mr. Dixon would have been unsupervised based on the daily log that showed either a lack of overlap in the shifts or the dispensing reports had no other pharmacist listed. It was only Mr. Dixon listed.
All right, and those are included in your report, correct?
Correct. They're in Exhibit 2. I believe it starts on page 3. You can see the shifts that specifically where the daily logs showed overlap. And then you will find the daily logs there showing where overlap existed.
And if you look at the daily logs, they have signatures on them, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And sometimes they even have like hours that signee worked, correct?
Ma'am, which is a requirement of the Board of Pharmacy.
All right. And it is also a federal requirement, is it not?
It's a requirement, it's a requirement that you sign it as you would a legal document or a check. But the addition comes from the Board of Pharmacy, including the times that you started filling prescriptions and the time you stopped filling prescriptions.
And is this something that you normally look at as part of a routine investigation of, or routine, I'm trying to say, when you go inspect, is that a document that you would look for?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay. All right, let's go back through your report then. You have a chart here that says prescription totals where no other pharmacist is listed. Can you describe for the board what that document
Yes, ma'am. So,
shows.
yes, ma'am. So going back to what I used to compile this was looking at Exhibit 5. So I looked at those dispensing records and was able to determine that on those days, there were no other pharmacists listed in the dispensing records for those dates.
And no other pharmacists listed in the daily reports for those dates.
Yes, ma'am.
So nothing, no Christine Barr on those dates
No, ma'am.
listed. Okay. And then the next chart is tell the board what that is. Prescriptions with William Keith Dixon listed as the pharmacist of record.
Would you like me to break them down?
Yes,
Per
please.
period? Okay.
Yeah.
So from the time, this would have been from the beginning of my records, which would have been May of 22 to 8/13, which would have been the conferral date for graduation. I determined there to be a total of 989 prescriptions, of which 197 were controlled substances. When he graduated and became a graduate intern, up to the point of his first attempt when he failed NAPLEX, so August 14th of 2022 to October 20th of 2022, there were 1,508 prescriptions, with a total of 311 of those being controlled substances. So after failing NAPLEX, so from the period of 10/21 to 11/30 of 22, where he would have been an extern, still an intern though, a total of 649 prescriptions, with 130 of those being controlled substances. And from the date of expiration of his intern license, which would be 12/1/2022 to 10/6 of 2023, 6,622 prescriptions, with 1,507 of those being controlled substances, totaling 9,768 prescriptions from May of 2022 to October of 2023, and 2,145 of those prescriptions being controlled substances.
And for the record, the board members probably know this, but what do you mean by Keith Dixon's listed as the pharmacist of record?
So again, referring back to the RX totals, which would be the dispensing report, which is in Exhibit 5, that shows that Keith Dixon would have been the pharmacist of record for those prescriptions.
And does that mean he filled and dispensed those prescriptions?
I would expect that to be an accurate record in any pharmacy that I would obtain this from.
And you have other numbers where he verified the prescription information and entered information into the computer, other aspects that Mr. Dixon did while having no valid license. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the board those numbers?
So a portion of this report, there was a prescription data entry that we could see how many prescriptions were entered in. And then also that would include refills as well. And then there was prescription data entry after the expiration of his intern license. So that's a total of somewhere, again, around 8,800 prescriptions. But that also could be included in the total number of prescriptions verified in that time as well.
And those reflect actions that he did without any license at all, correct?
Parts of it, yes.
All right. That's the report. So you, I feel like you've never completed this investigation, but you've obtained these records from Dr. Barr and the computer system that she had.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
During your investigation, did Dr. Barr provide you with any other documentation for you to review?
No, ma'am.
So at the close of your investigation, this report that we just referenced was your findings.
Yes, and just for clarification, Ms. Fels, I do want to say that I did obtain some prescription records as well from Dr. Barr at that time to review those, and I also did get another report, which is the RX total count report, I believe, count by users report. Those were and controlled substance inventories. Those were the additional documents that I did obtain from Dr. Barr.
All right. So let's now, anything else regarding the records and the report that you made based on those records that you want to present or highlight for the board members?
Not based on my initial documentation.
All right. And this week we were given additional records from Dr. Barr. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever seen those documents before yesterday.
No, ma'am.
Um, but you did have an opportunity to review those records.
I did.
And let's go over specifically what exhibits of Dr. Barr's records were you able to review in preparation for this hearing?
So I was able to review all 16 exhibits provided. And much like what I used for my initial investigation, I was able to take the daily RX log. And if you'll take a look at Exhibit 7 that was provided.
That's Dr. Barr's
Barr's
exhibit 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And that is an additional signature log that gave me the ability to cross-reference what I initially had from my RX daily logs, which would be Exhibit 6, I believe, in our records.
correct. So this respondent's exhibit 7, you had never seen that before
No, ma'am.
yesterday. But when you reviewed it, is there anything that you want to highlight for the board regarding this record?
I would like to. So again, this gave me something to cross-reference against the information that I already had there in our Exhibit 6, which was used as a signature log, which was signed as a legal document from what I could tell with an actual signature. If you take a look at this, Exhibit 7, there are a lot of initials, which is not a valid signature. And found a lot of discrepancies between the time of the shifts. And the overlap initially from my initial investigation, I thought there were somewhere around 61 shifts where Mr. Dixon would have worked unsupervised. But after going through this, I was determined that there were actually 144 days where there would have been lack of supervision at some point during that day.
144 days when you look at this new signature log, exhibit 7.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And what other information were you able to glean from this exhibit 7?
I apologize. If there are going to be new allegations based on information that was provided, I don't consent to us going forward on new allegations of additional discrepancies if today is when we're first hearing about them.
I was gonna say so the four corners of what's contained in the order of notice of hearing is what controls. I don't know whether or not the intent is to expand beyond that, and I'm not certain where you're gonna go. So is your objection, Mr. Singleton, a relevancy objection?
It is relevancy and
Okay.
it's also due process and fairness.
What's your response, Ms. Vales?
With regard to due process and fairness, we were given this document the day before. And Dr. Holland did not know this document existed as part of his investigation. We are not presenting, this is not our presentation, Exhibit 7, this is theirs. But we are presenting this as a way to show that the records that Dr. Barr kept are not accurate. We are not adding a new allegation to the order of notice of hearing.
May I respond real quick? I've heard it said several times that they didn't get this document until yesterday. And my belief is, my expectation is that this document that contains a Bates number on it was provided on the 18th of May with all of the other documents in accordance with the request contained within Ms. Vale's letter setting forth the notice of hearing. So to the extent there's some allegation that we're trying to play fast and loose, we're not. And I believe these documents were provided then. If he didn't look at them until yesterday, that's on him.
Well, here's the issue of the problem that I have, Mr. Singleton, is that the document's already in the record.
Yes.
So in terms of an explanation of what it all means, I mean, I think that's fair game, but in terms of what the board can consider when they actually get to the deliberation, they are confined to what's been alleged and the findings of fact. That's in the order of notice of hearing. I don't know whether or not that's an overruling of your objection or a clarification of it.
Well,
But I think you're all on the same page to a certain extent. I don't see how I can't prohibit her from asking questions about an exhibit that's already in the record. But I will, when we get to the point of deliberations, certainly in your closing, and certainly remind me, I will remind them, they're confined to the allegations that are contained in the order of notice of hearing. And they're sophisticated enough that they know that. So anyway,
fair enough. And thank you very much.
yep, thank you. Ms. Vels?
So Dr. Holland, what other information were you able to glean from this Exhibit 7 that has been presented?
So mostly what I was able to determine were the number of shifts, total shifts worked, which I was able to come up with 189 shifts worked from that report, which was close to the 193 that I determined from my initial investigation. But again, it more than doubled the number of times that he would have been unsupervised in the pharmacy over that period of time. So.
And let's go over, start there.
Yeah.
Let's go here. What exhibit is that?
It's actually exhibit. Exhibit 6. It's exhibit 6.
Happens to me all the time.
Exhibit 6.
There, exhibit 6.
It's the
Okay. Okay. And you also reviewed other documents or exhibits by Dr. Barr, correct?
I did.
And what were some other exhibits that you gleaned some information from?
So if you'll take a look at their exhibit 5, I believe they took dates from what I originally stated in my initial report and compared the 2 different signature logs that I had obtained, which showed inconsistencies for shifts. You'll be able to see that in the days there where it says one thing shows this time, another shows this time. And then for some, it shows that there's a receipt present, which you will find in exhibit 6.
And with the receipts, are there times when the receipts don't match the daily log
Yes,
times?
yes, there
Can you
are.
Just give us some examples of those.
So on 10, let me take a look here. So on page 2 of exhibit 5, about 3/4 of the way down with a date of 10/4 highlighted green. If we also used exhibit 6 to look at the time that she was there, I believe, we would have to flip back and forth between the exhibits. But it states that in the book, she was there 7 to 5. And there's a receipt that shows she was the cashier at 5:59 PM with a handwritten note of did not get to leave.
So the receipts and the log don't match. Is that your assessment?
There were several, yes.
Do you have another example of that?
So there were at least 12 instances where the receipt did not clarify what was being stated there with the shift. And we also had a letter from Dr. John Tipton stating days he worked at the pharmacy. And I found quite a few discrepancies with that as well.
Before we go there, this exhibit, the handwritten exhibit,
Yes,
what number is it?
5.
5. Had you seen this exhibit at any time during your investigation of the medicine shop?
No, ma'am.
All right. And so go forward then, you have a letter from, or an exhibit of Dr. Barr's, which is a letter from John Tipton. That's exhibit 4. Do you know who John Tipton is?
Never personally met Dr. Tipton. I do know he is a pharmacist and has been a pharmacist for quite a while in Arkansas.
All right, and what information did you glean as part of your review of that document?
So he stated that Dr. Barr contacted him regarding working at the medicine shop on 9 days specifically. But going through the records, there were far more days that he worked than what he initially stated here. And the shifts that he states he worked at least on 2 occasions, they differ from what is in the record. Like May 12th of 2022, he stated he worked 9 to 12. But if you go take a look at that signature log, you'll actually see that he worked 12 to 6.
And you're talking about this, the signed handwritten signature log, correct?
Yes.
So again, there's a discrepancy in the records with
Yes.
regard to that exhibit. Okay?
I believe that's exhibit 7 is where the signature logs are.
Okay.
Is that correct on your side?
Yeah.
Exhibit 7, I believe, shows the handwritten signature logs beginning with 5 of 2022.
Be there, exhibit 7.
I believe so. Okay. So comparing that, you'll see there on 5/12 that it states 12 to 6. But in his letter, he stated. I believe so, 7, I believe.
7.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's 5.
no, it's
Let me
not.
see 6.
Hold on. Oh,
Yeah, you're right.
okay.
Okay, so starting
Let
with
me pull it
5/2
up.
there, is that correct?
I need to go over it again, hold on.
Yes.
Yeah, 7.
Okay. So also on September 17th of 2022, which I want to point out is a Saturday, and their hours are typically 9 to 12. Dr. Tipton stated he worked 9 to 6. If you can go to September, which should be on page 5 of Exhibit 7, you'll be able to see that it states he worked 9 to 12. 9/17 of 22. So 5/12 of 22 and 9/17 of 2022. I think that's good. That's good.
Okay, so let me ask you this. This, exhibit 7 of Dr. Barr document that you have never seen before, you didn't see it as part of your investigation. But it appears to be a signing log. Is that a fair assessment?
It appears to be yes.
And yet there's another record that you did observe in your investigation that also contains the signatures, correct?
Yes,
And that's the daily log.
that's correct.
And you pulled those on October 6th.
Part of them,
And then
yes,
afterwards, with the help of Dr. Barr, she provided you the daily logs.
that's correct.
Okay. And based on that, those documentation, you have determined the number of days of when Dixon worked without a license, when he worked with or without supervision from another pharmacist, or particularly Dr. Barr. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Any other documents you want to go over? Anything else you want to add? Do you want to do that? Let's turn to exhibit 15 of Dr. Barr. No. Is exhibit 15 a document that Dr. Barr provided you as part of your investigation?
No, ma'am,
Have you ever, you didn't see that before?
that's correct.
What does it appear to be to you?
So it looks like it's an attempt for Dr. Barr to verify pharmacist licensure before they work at her store.
Is this a requirement of the Board of Pharmacy rules or laws?
indirectly. You should verify a license before they work with you. But this is a way to document that you've gone the extra step, taken the extra step to be able to confirm that that person does have an active license before they come in and work in your pharmacy.
So this is a document prepared well after the investigation, according to the dates on it, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so, were you able to learn any information and compare this information to the logs that Dr. Barr provided?
So it looks like for the date of 1/9/24, it looks like there was a pharmacist that worked 4 days following that.
I object. This is outside the scope of what we're talking about 2024. This highly exceeds the scope of anything that happened in 2022 and 2023. It is not contained in the notice of hearing. And I think it's prejudicial to allow them to get into this. If they're looking at adding new charges, again, I'll due process, relevancy, all of the above.
Ms. Vales?
Again, it's an exhibit that is presented and admitted into evidence already. I'm not adding any new charges to the order of notice of hearing. I'm presenting this document as a way to show that Dr. Barr's records are incomplete. Again, not adding any document. It's already been admitted.
Well, I agree, it's already an exhibit. I'm tending to agree with Mr. Singleton as well, that just looking at the allegations, they just seem to end in terms of dates at 2023. I mean, I think you're kind of beating a dead horse at this point. I think the board gets the idea that their records are somewhat of a mess. I'm going to give you I'm going to overrule your objection, Mr. Singleton, just a little bit of leash. Ms. Vales, if you could wind this part of the or direct up, I think the board would appreciate it.
I just have a few more questions with regard to that document. So is it a fair statement that that document appears to be inaccurate compared to the log that is contained in exhibit that, well, that's exhibit 15. If you compare it to exhibit 7, which is the written daily log that Dr. Barr prepared or presented, do those dates add up?
There are some dates beginning in March of 2024 where the pharmacist, it does not appear there was a pharmacist license verification prior to them working at the location.
All right. I have no other questions for Dr. Holland.
All right, Mr. Singleton?
Thank you. I have a lot of questions for Dr. Holland. Dr. Holland, let's start where we ended. Looking
Mr.
there-
Singleton, if you could, let me ask just for a second. Board members, do any of you need an after lunch break before we proceed? Because when Mr. Singleton said he had a lot of questions, I just want to make certain. All set?
We've
Ready
only been
to
going
proceed?
for an hour. I'd say maybe we need to revisit that in 30 to 45 minutes.
And I will not be that long, I promise.
All right, please proceed, Mr. Singleton.
Dr. Holland, let's start where we stopped with exhibit 15.
Oh,
Okay. Let me ask
Okay.
you, is it important for you to understand the meaning of a document before you start asserting allegations of fraud and other aspects on it?
I believe it's fairly self-explanatory, but yes, sir.
But you truly do not know what that document states, do you?
It says before anyone works at the medicine shop as a pharmacist, their license will be verified each time. It's pretty-
Understand?
Pretty direct.
Well, verified each time or once a month?
Verified each time.
Okay, and do
It's
you
very
believe?
vague there.
Okay, do you believe, Dr. Holland, that the license, that the board's requirement is that a license be verified each time a physician or a pharmacist works?
If they're working in my pharmacy, I believe, yes, they should be confirmed.
Okay, so can you show me in the records or in any law book or any of your regulations where it says a pharmacist license must be confirmed every time that a pharmacist works a shift within a pharmacy?
They must have an active license to work within a pharmacy.
Yes, sir. And that wasn't my question, was it, Dr. Holland?
Wasn't.
Right. So you will agree with me, it does not require that a pharmacy check and verify a pharmacist license every time that a pharmacist works in a pharmacy, does it?
It does not require them to maintain a log that
Sure.
says that.
And so if we look at Exhibit 15, it has a date on there. And if the date is, that's when she checked to verify, that's something you would expect and hope she would do, right?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll let her explain how you've misinterpreted that document, but we'll move on. So I'm really perplexed, Dr. Holland, and again, with all due respect, because I know you and think very highly of you. But I want to ask this. When you were investigating the medicine shop, were you given every document that you asked for?
Yes,
Was there any attempt that you picked up on to cover up or to preclude you from having access to any document that you asked for?
not at all. Chrissy was very welcoming.
Okay. Dr. Holland, did you ever ask for receipts?
We did have a document that we signed together, yes.
Okay, but did you ever ask for store receipts? I think you've come.
Oh, are you talking about the transaction receipts?
Sure.
No, I never asked for transaction receipts.
Did you ever ask for payroll records?
I did not personally know.
Okay, and payroll records is something that would tell you whether someone was in the pharmacy or not, right?
Potentially.
Yeah, and that's not something you asked for.
It's not, can't be confirmed.
But what you have done though, and again, I'm not criticizing you, I'm just wanting to make sure that we all understand what it is that you're saying here. You have taken two separate records and you've tried to reconcile from those records whether Dr. Barr or some other licensed pharmacist was present within the pharmacy at a certain time. True? Is that correct? Okay. And if you're not able to reconcile that with those two limited documents, you have made the determination for purposes of your analysis that there was not supervision because a pharmacist was not in the pharmacy at that time.
I would like to say two incredibly important required documents that have to be maintained for DEA purposes and Board of Pharmacy purposes that should be part of the record.
Okay. And Dr. Holland, do you remember my question?
Go ahead.
Do you remember it?
Will you repeat it?
I'm happy to repeat it. I'm asking you that if you are basing your entirety of determining whether or not Dr. Barr or some other licensed pharmacist was present within the pharmacy based exclusively on those two documents that you requested, right?
Which are records that shall be maintained accurately, yes.
Okay. Now, as an investigator, and I think we've talked about this, you had access to anything that you would have wanted, right?
That's correct.
Now, I heard you earlier, and I hate to use this word, Dr. Holland, but it sounded like you were complaining that something had not been given to you previously. Did I understand that right?
I don't think you did.
Okay. Well,
Absolutely not.
okay. Any of the documents that you've been shown the last couple of days, did you request any of those?
I did not.
Okay. Now, when you were conducting your investigation, did you ever go, Dr. Barr, here's the thing. I think that Keith Dixon was working unsupervised, and I think he worked unsupervised a lot. Can you show me documentation that will show whether or not he was present, if you or some other pharmacist was present with him?
No, I did not.
You never went to her or anyone else and said, I am trying to determine where you, Dr. Barr, were or where Dr. Tipton was. You chose the documents that you wanted to look at and you limited your investigation to those documents. True?
I did until you gave me more information that actually showed more evidence.
Understand, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to explain where I think you're mistaken on that as well, but we'll deal with that afterwards. We're talking about you right now and talking about your evidence, okay? So, with all of that said, the other thing that you are relying upon for determining what charges and how to formulate which prescriptions applied when is you are relying upon dates of when certain things happened, right?
That's
On
correct.
licensure status, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you knew when you did your investigation that Mr. Dixon graduated in August. I heard you tell the board that just a moment ago, right?
Yes,
Did know that, right?
yes.
But for purposes of what you did in your calculations in this case, you did not give him the benefit of that 6-month graduate intern / externship, did you?
In my initial calculations, I did not, based on the expiration date of 11/30/2022.
Yeah, but you didn't calculate that expiration date, did you?
I did not.
No, and I think we've heard Dr. Kirtley testify earlier that it's 6 months, and he explained it, and I'm not contradicting him at all. But your calculations and these numbers that you've given the board, those are all based upon the assumption on your part that his license expired on November 30, correct?
Based on the expiration date of 11/30, yes.
Yes, so the numbers that you're relying upon and that you've calculated, you don't have calculations that you've presented to this board based on that extended period, do you?
No, but I could very easily provide them.
Well, I understand, but we're here today. So my question to you is, the numbers that you have provided, those are inaccurate, aren't they?
They're not inaccurate. No,
You would have to recalculate them to make them accurate, would you not, Dr. Holland?
they're accurate for the dates shown. And you can further break that down if you would like. It's very simple to do.
Yeah, but and I understand, and I'm not, I'm just asking for purposes so everybody understands. Those numbers are not based on a 6-month extra graduate internship or externship, right?
They're not based on 6 months from his graduation date. That's correct.
Okay. Dr. Holland, have you worked previously before coming to the board in retail pharmacy?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And is it your understanding, your experience, that in retail pharmacy, there are things that go on in the pharmacy, administrative tasks that require the PIC and or the owner of the pharmacy to engage in administrative tasks? And even though they may be a pharmacist, they're not always filling prescriptions, right?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of tasks, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just about done. And I just want to make sure this is clear. I think you said that you didn't have access to this information until yesterday.
Didn't say that I didn't, I said I never said we were, anytime we received it. Ms. Bell said that actually, but she said that within the last day, we received this for review.
Yeah, so you would have gotten the exhibits, right? But as far as the documentation, did you see the documentation that we submitted back on the 18th in conformance with Ms. Bale's letter?
I saw the documents with the receipts, yes, and talking about the IPI and APIs, as Dr. McCready explained what those are, the evaluations of that. But this was never, this Exhibit 7 was never included. That was not part of the initial information received.
This morning, or this, I'm sorry, just before we got started today, you did see the payroll records for Dr. John Tipton, right?
I did.
And those correspond with the times that are listed, right?
Actually, they do not.
We'll let Dr. Barr discuss that, but I understand. Okay, and those aren't in evidence. That's not something you asked for, though, was it?
It was not.
Dr. Holland, thank you. I pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Ms. Bales, any follow-up?
Just one, maybe two. Dr. Holland, as part of your investigation, you received documents, several documents entitled Daily RX Log. What was your interpretation of what what these documents were?
My interpretation would be that since that is, again, signed in a legal manner, as you would sign a legal document or a check, that would be the official record for the pharmacy stating when the pharmacist worked and what days they worked.
based on your retrieval of Exhibit 6, you thought you had all of the daily logs for the medicine shop. Is that a fair statement?
For the period requested, yes.
Did you know that there was another daily log?
I did not.
Is it in part of your routine inspections? Do you see pharmacies that keep 2 daily logs?
No.
So would you have known to ask for additional logs if you have a document that says daily RX log?
No, not unless it was offered by the pharmacist.
All right, anything else you want to testify or clear up in your testimony before we conclude?
I don't believe so.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Sinclair?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Board members, any questions?
Make sure I understand something. So between May of 2022 and October the 6th, the day that you did your inspection, Brandon, you know I don't work retail, so ask a dumb hospital pharmacist question. Are you saying in their computer filling system that you've got days where he was on record as the filling pharmacist? That's wide range, it's a year and a half, but I'm just asking you, just in general. You see him logged in as a pharmacist during that time frame filling prescriptions?
Based on the Exhibit 5 that we have, yes, sir.
Okay. And are there days where, did you look at the records deep enough where there's no other pharmacist that filled prescriptions on some of those days that he was there?
I went through, I can't tell you how many prescriptions. I went line by line confirming who the pharmacist of record was for that date. And we actually did receive additional documentation from Dr. Barr and Mr. Singleton, which I believe is their Exhibit 6. So if you could take a look at their Exhibit 6. And if you look at the pharmacist totals there on RX count by users, you'll notice there's no pharmacist listed.
So he's on record as filling prescriptions as a pharmacist for, let's just say, several days during that time frame. Would it be unusual not, if he was being supervised, not to see another pharmacist that had filled prescriptions that day? I'm having a hard time. I mean, we're talking a lot about numbers and dates and whether it's 4,000 or, it's 11/30/22. So I'm just trying to kind of get the big overall picture. Was he filling prescriptions as a pharmacist without any other evidence that there was a pharmacist there supervising?
Yes.
Okay.
In most computer processing systems as they are now, I'm unaware of any that will not show basically process by process identification of who completed what step, when they completed this step, so forth.
Okay.
So it identifies the individual at that point who completed that process. That's what the computer process is for.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Thank you. But the implication is if someone is dispensing a prescription without oversight, they would be a pharmacist. Is that right?
They would be acting as a pharmacist.
Yes. Now, irrespective of the duration of time, whether it was a graduate intern or an extern, graduate interns or externs cannot independently dispense prescriptions. Is that right? Without oversight?
That is correct. They cannot make the final verification of any prescription regardless.
Okay, so it doesn't matter whether it was 6 months or 2 months, regardless, whatever actions were taken in that capacity as a graduate intern or extern, there would be pharmacist oversight.
There should be pharmacist supervision, yes.
Thank you.
Simpson?
I have a question about the pharmacist in charge responsibilities with regard to checking the existence of a license. I can understand why a pharmacist wouldn't necessarily have to check every day or every hour about that, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I had understood that pharmacists in charge kind of had overall responsibility and the requirement would be for them to check as often as they deemed necessary to assure the pharmacist had licenses. Am I missing something there?
I think that would be a safe statement. And as far as I know, this is outside our purview, but when it comes to insurance credentialing, things like that, I believe you also have to disclose who your employees are at that time, as well as their license numbers, and any relevant criminal history, if I'm not mistaken.
But as far as how often those things would need to be checked or updated, that would fall in the responsibility of the pharmacist in charge to determine. There's not a rule that says you've got to check every week or every day or
That's right.
such.
That's right.
So the pharmacist in charge does however they deem necessary to assure that the pharmacists that work there are in fact licensed.
Anybody that works, whether it be a technician, an intern, pharmacist, any licensed personnel should be confirmed prior to working. Yes.
Thank you.
So to follow up on Mr. Simpson's line of questioning, then if anyone is going to serve in a capacity of independently dispensing prescriptions, and as is implied in this case, if there was even one time that it was attempted, could the pharmacist in charge have ever verified that, what was his name?
Mr. Dixon.
Yeah, Mr. Dixon. Could the PSC have ever verified even one time that Mr. Dixon was a pharmacist and could serve in that capacity of independent dispensing?
I believe there were several opportunities, as I said, possibly with third-party credentialing. Some other documents provided by Mr. Singleton as well.
Maybe my question wasn't worded very well.
Okay.
If the pharmacist in charge had attempted at any point in time to verify that Mr. Dixon was in fact a licensed individual that was eligible to do independent dispensing, could that documentation have been found by the
Absolutely.
PSC?
Absolutely. Very easily on the Board of Pharmacy website.
And more specifically, it would have been the absence of, in other words, he did not have a status at any time.
That's correct.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Even if you did just a name search, it would show previous technician licenses, intern license, but it would never show a pharmacist license, an active pharmacist license.
Thank you.
We talked a lot about interns and externs. Is there any version of intern or extern that can independently dispense?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? If not, based on the board's question, oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, just to get a feel, whether or not the reconciled data, two different dispensing logs or whatever, and what the calculations are, can you just remind me of what is it that we are alleging in terms of number of days and number of prescriptions that based on your investigation that were filled independently by Mr. Dixon?
So from my initial investigation, from the documentation that I obtained, it was at 61 days where there would have been lack of supervision. But from the additional documentation that was provided by Mr. Singleton and Dr. Barr, which was their exhibit 7, I believe, I was able to determine somewhere around 144 days where there would have been periods of no supervision.
And then the number of prescriptions, at least based on your original investigation?
Based on the original investigation, 9,768, I believe. 9,768 on the initial investigation.
And I'm assuming that for the new set of data, whether we can consider it or not, you have not had the opportunity to go back and re-enumerate that number.
No, sir.
Okay, but needless to say, it's more likely than not greater than that original amount.
It could potentially be more or less. It's hard to say.
And regardless of the 6-month date or graduation or when the 6 months begin to run, that wouldn't affect the ability to dispense independently.
The 144 days, yes, sir. That would have no impact on that.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be fair to say like so November the 30th was not 6 months. It would have been like February the 13th or
Sure.
something.
Right.
Really, the only question between that time frame is whether you have somebody that's technically unlicensed versus licensed, right? It really doesn't change anything in terms of what this individual is allowed to do independently as
That's right.
doing pharmacist duties, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Dr. Holland, to just put it in a real simple way to look at it, regardless of when he graduated, what his, what he was called, intern, extern, what is the length of time, even if we go all the way to August, there is a length of time. We know that somebody's not going to check a license every day, but there was a very long time frame that it wasn't ever even checked once. Can you kind of narrow that down to at least August to the day you walked in October, I would say?
So if you could take a look. Is it exhibit? Yeah, can you look at their exhibit 7, please? Their exhibit 7. Page 1 of that. You'll look at 5/21 of 2022, there's a notation there, graduation. So at least from 5/21 of 2022 until 10/6. Could assume there was no check.
Right. So it, whether it's this state or this state or this state or this state, there was a very long time that it was not ever checked once because he was never, ever a pharmacist. I think that's just important.
So that's 5/21 of 22 to 10/6 of 23.
Thank you for the clarification, yes.
Could I ask the flip side of that question? If the pharmacist in charge had checked the licensure status, during what period would that have revealed that there was no license?
It is a real-time database that you can log in within seconds, and it will tell you all these people that sat for reciprocity yesterday. You could type in any name and it'll show that they have an active license now.
So I think if one were to go in between 5/22 and 11/30 of 22, if I would have searched, it would have showed him as with an active intern license.
Yes, sir.
But starting on 12/1, it would have showed an expired, I don't know what the official status is online. Does it disappear or does it show expired?
It
or-
would show expired and it would say the date.
Yeah.
Any other board members? Not? Based on a lot of questions from the board, any follow-up from council, Ms. Vales? Mr. Singleton?
None, sir. Thank you.
All right. Sir, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Vales, do you rest?
I rest, the
Subject.
exception of possibility of rebuttal.
All right. Always your prerogative. Board members, before we get into Mr. Singleton's case, do you want to take a break or do you want to press forward? All right. All right, we'll go ahead and get off the record and we will attempt to reconvene at 10 minutes of 3. On the record, staff has rested. Mr. Singleton, would you be so kind as to call your first witness?
Thank you. We call Dr. Christy Barr.
Dr. Barr, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Barr, will you please tell the board?
Sorry. Go ahead. Dr. Barr, just, you can go ahead and pull that microphone right close to you so you don't have to continue to lean into it. Make it easy on yourself.
Okay, is that better?
Perfect. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Go ahead.
Dr. Barr, will you please tell the board your full name?
Christine Yvonne Barr.
Have you ever appeared before the board before like this in this room?
No, sir, I've never met here. I've never even knew where the building was.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Let's start with some easy questions.
Okay.
Where do you live?
I live in Maumelle, Arkansas.
Are you a married woman?
Yes.
Your husband's name?
My husband's name is Jack.
Now, do you and Jack have any children?
Yes, we have 3 daughters.
Any grandchildren?
Yes, I have one grandson who's about to be 2, and I have a set of twins on the way.
Now, are you a licensed pharmacist?
Yes, I am for 31 years.
I'm going to show you what is Exhibit 1 for Respondents Exhibit 1. Is that a copy of your curriculum VTech? All right, it's up here. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, it is.
And does that contain your experience, your professional experience, your educational history?
Yes, that's pretty much a brief summary of it, yes.
And again, to try to move it along, because I know we've got a lot to cover today, but why don't you, have you always worked in community pharmacy since graduating from pharmacy school?
Yes, even as far back as when I was 15, I always worked in a community pharmacy.
Tell the board why it is you decided you wanted to become a pharmacist.
When I was 15 years old, I needed to get a job. My grandparents had bought me a car. My mom paid the insurance, but it's not going to go without gas. So I started working at Coker Hampton Pharmacy in Stuttgart. I got to know Jack Coker, who was the boss there. I also got to know Mr. Burkle, who has a pharmacy in Stuttgart down the sidewalk from us, Burkle Drug. I fell in love with the profession of pharmacy. I fell in love with how they treated their customers. I fell in love with the fact that they knew their customers. They knew everything about their customer. I fell in love with the way the customers reacted to them, the respect they gained. It was God's way of showing me what my career path needed to be.
Now, since that time, when you graduated from pharmacy school, was your class the first to receive a PharmD degree from UAMS College of Pharmacy?
Yes, it was.
And then after that, you went to work in Siloam Springs?
Yes, it was my last rotation, and the person I worked for, my preceptor that I worked for under my rotation, decided that he really enjoyed working with me and wanted to hire me and begged me not to leave.
All right, so what'd you do after working in Siloam Spring at Jepson?
I worked there for about 3 or 4 years. My mom became ill. She was diagnosed with cancer, and we moved back to Maumelle where she lived, and I began working at Bradley Pharmacy. I worked there for several years and wanted to do a little more part-time, so I went to work for Andy Blansett at the medicine shop where I could be home more when the kids got off the bus.
And at that time was the medicine shop on Pershing Avenue in North Little Rock?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that where it's currently located?
No, sir, it's in Park Hill now. We moved it there maybe 2010, 2012.
And trying to, continuing to talk about the medicine shop, are you the current owner of the medicine shop?
Yes, I am.
How did that happen?
Andy bought a store in Cabot, and he said, you know, you ought to just buy this store. And I thought he was joking with me because I had, at that time, 2 kids about to be in college. But he was serious. He gave us an offer. My husband and I accepted it, and I've became the owner January 1st of 2015.
And the medicine shop, I know it's currently located in North Little Rock, and is it in the Park Hill section of North Little Rock?
Yes, it is.
tell us about the community that you serve in this community pharmacy.
We have lots of patients. We have patients that are older and in a nursing home. We have young patients that have children. We have homeless people. We have people that own businesses. It's a very diverse group. We have Spanish-speaking patients from the Mexican restaurants nearby that come to me and know that I'm going to do my best to try to understand them. I have at least 2 deaf patients. I have kidney transplant patients that have special needs. I have cystic fibrosis patients that have special needs. It's a very diverse customer base.
Other than, outside of the community pharmacy or retail pharmacy services that the medicine shop provides, are there other services that the medicine shop provides to North Little Rock, Park Hill, and the community?
Yes, sir. We participate in health fairs, blood pressure screenings, diabetic screenings. We do all the city of North Little Rock's immunizations for them. We go to their locations and give them their flu shots before work. We sponsor boys and girls clubs, different softball teams, Sylvan Hills High School's football team, basketball team. I mean, we do our best to do as much outreach into the community as we can.
Do blood pressure screenings and blood glucose screenings?
Yes, sir.
Provide diabetes education upon request?
Yes, we do.
Medicare plan guidance if needed?
Yes, October is very busy for Medicare plan guiding.
Point of care testing?
Point of care testing. I was recently certified as a point of care test pharmacist.
Now, are you, I think it's been established, but just to confirm for everybody, are you the pick for the medicine shop?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been the pick?
Since I think 2010.
And other than being the pick at the medicine shop, had you been a pick elsewhere at any time previously?
No, sir.
Now, talk to us or explain to the board about the staffing at the medicine shop.
The staff, it's truly a family-owned, family-run pharmacy. My oldest daughter works full-time there. My sister-in-law works full-time there. Her husband, which would be my brother-in-law, does our deliveries. Bert Burkle, who's in the back of the room, is one of my relief pharmacists. Bless his heart. He came in one morning when I couldn't come in because I was very ill. And I have a Daniel Key, who is also a relief pharmacist that's a very close friend of my husband's. And we have a lady who's been there for 20 years. She's, I would say, retired, but she volunteers 3 mornings a week just because she enjoys being there.
That's Miss Clarice, right?
That is Miss Clarice,
Is she
yes.
Still licensed as a pharmacy tech.
Yes, she is.
Is there a reason that you have gravitated towards family members and or people that you've known for a long time for purposes of staffing
Yes,
pharmacy?
I have trust issues. I've had other pharmacy techs that have stolen from me. I've had delivery services who hired people that forged prescriptions. I fired that delivery service. It's a trust thing. These people are in my inner circle. They're my people.
Just to switch gears just a bit, as the pick, as the owner, are there duties that you have within the pharmacy that go beyond filling prescriptions as a
Oh,
pharmacist?
absolutely.
And I know we talked about that. If you could give the board just a sampling of that.
Well, there's over-the-counter things that need to be reorganized. There's always out of dates you need to check for. There's paperwork that needs to be done. The accountant is always wanting something else. There's a lot of things, ordering, inventory control drug inventory, keeping track of all of the inventory control. There's a lot.
What hours is the medicine shop? What are the hours of operation?
The medicine shop is open Monday through Friday, 9 to 6, and on Saturday, 9 to 12.
Let me hand you what has been admitted as Exhibit 2. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. These are letters from patients, fellow colleagues, fellow pharmacists that I work with, like Terry and Jared, doctors, dentists, people that know how hard the past 8 months have been on me and just wanted to do something to help. So they wrote letters.
Have you read those?
Yes, I have.
Switch
Sorry,
gears.
sorry to interrupt. Where are those letters at? I'd like to,
It's Exhibit 2.
thank you.
Yes. Let's switch gears for just a moment and you familiar with the APPE Clinical Rotation Program from the UAMS College of Pharmacy?
Yes, sir, I am.
Tell the board what that is.
It's a thing through the UAMS College of Pharmacy where I receive students either after their first year of pharmacy school or in their fourth year of pharmacy school. The first year students usually spend 3 weeks at the pharmacy. The fourth year students spend a month at the pharmacy.
What's the function of the program as you understand it?
The function I feel like is for me to be able to help them convert their book knowledge into real knowledge so that they can help patients and be able to walk out into the world as a pharmacist after they pass their boards and feel confident in taking a job and doing it well.
Are all pharmacies in the state of Arkansas eligible, chosen?
No,
picked
sir.
To participate in
sir.
this program?
You must be a Class A pharmacy to do that.
How long have you been involved and the medicine shop been involved with this program?
I've been involved personally since I bought the pharmacy in January of 2015. Before that, I was also involved because Andy was also involved in the program.
What do you do within the program?
I'm sure the students are highly encouraged to reach out to their preceptors. I usually get a list from the College of Pharmacy of what students I'm going to have. They reach out to me about a week before they start, asking, simple questions. Where do I park? What do I wear? What are the hours? And I usually respond to them. What are you looking for to learn from this rotation? Because they each have different needs. Some of them want to just know how the operations of a retail pharmacy work because they've never worked in a pharmacy. Some of them want to work more on their patient counseling. Some of them want to see more of the administrative side because they think they may want to own a pharmacy someday. So I try to tailor each rotation to the student that I have.
Let me hand you what has been marked as Exhibit 3, Respondents Exhibit 3. And do you recognize those to be the evaluations from the 10 students who rotated through your pharmacy during 23-24 school year?
Yes, sir.
Have you read those?
Yes, I have.
Now, do you have an understanding as to whether the College of Pharmacy monitors the data from these evaluations for purposes of evaluating the preceptors within the program?
I wasn't until recently.
What can you tell us about that?
The average preceptor gets a score of about a 9.5.
And have you been able to determine what the score is based on information from UAMS as to what the
I'm
medicine
gonna
shop?
object at this point. I believe she's testifying as to UAMS policies, and I'm not sure they've laid a foundation for her basis of knowledge of that.
What's your response, Mr. Singleton?
I think I can try to lay a foundation, but if not, I'll move on. Have you been informed as to what the medicine shop's average is?
9.7.
All right, now that we've been through the background, let's talk about what I know the board is anxious to hear. Let's talk about Keith Dixon, okay? So how did well, let me start here. I think the board was told a moment ago or when we started that you hired Keith Dixon. Is that correct?
I did not.
Tell the board how you came to be involved with Keith Dixon.
Keith Dixon was hired by Andy Blansett, the previous owner, probably 2 or 3 years after, maybe 4 or 5 years after I started working for him.
Do you know approximately when Mr. Dixon started working for the medicine shop?
I think around 2004, 2005.
So with that said, what did you know about Keith Dixon at that time when you started working with him at Pershing?
Keith was quiet. He was a hard worker, but he was quiet. He began to open up, after he'd been around us for a while, but he was a hard worker. He did his job. He was good with the customers. He was always kind, considerate, did everything by the book, just like you told him to. And he was just quiet. He was quiet.
Now, Dr. Barr, over time, did you come to trust Keith Dixon?
Yes, I did.
Need you to tell the board. They need to
Keith was
understand why.
like a member of our family. I knew his sister. I knew his sister's children, his sister's husband. I knew his parents. We went to birthday parties for them. They came to graduation parties for us. I knew his entire family, and he began to open up to us, and he was like one of my children. As a matter of fact, I treated him like one of my children most of the time.
Was there ever a time that he reported to you that there was a tech who was diverting?
Yes. He is the one, we were suspicious of a tech that I had I let go after the incident. There was a tech who was diverting drugs. She was trying to deliver oxycodone to her boyfriend. And we had discussed it, and Keith called me one Saturday and said, "Did you allow this tech to deliver this medicine to her boyfriend on Wednesday?" And I said, "No, I did not." And he said, "I believe she did. The sign slips from the delivery driver just came back. I think we have a problem." And I said, "I will be right there." And I went up to the pharmacy. I did a controlled drug inventory. Sure enough, we were 120 oxycodone 30 short. I immediately called Rusty McSpadden, who walked me through what I needed to do. She was immediately fired, and the whole thing was taken care of.
Now, we're going to talk a lot about decisions that were made during the calendar year 2022.
Yes,
At the time that you made these decisions based on Mr. Dixon,
yes,
you had known him at that point 17 to 18 years.
18 years.
So, and not to belabor the point, but over time, I think you may have already told us, how did your relationship, your family's relationship, how did it progress?
Keith, like I said, Keith was like a member of our family. My dog even liked him. My dog doesn't like anybody. We had parties together. We had dinners together. We, met at the ballparks together. He came and watched my kids play ball. He was literally a part of our family.
Now, let me ask you this. Before October the 6th of 2023, had you ever discovered that Keith Dixon lied to you?
No,
Before October the 6th of 2023, had you ever seen a situation where you believe Keith Dixon misled you?
No.
Let's go back a little bit and let's start talking. And I want to ask you about his involvement in the operations of the pharmacy. So what were the working arrangements while he was an intern?
While he was an intern, even before I bought the pharmacy, Keith usually worked on Saturdays with our Saturday pharmacist, which is John Tipton. Occasionally he would fill in if one of the other techs needed a day off or whatever, or went on vacation, he would fill in. But he mainly worked Saturdays. He worked Saturdays all the way through pharmacy school. And John and I are two of the people that kind of pushed him. We said, "Keith, you're way too intelligent to be our tech for the rest of your life. You need to push yourself and move on."
And let me follow up on that. So when you met him, was he in his early 20s?
Yes.
So by the time he completed pharmacy school, would he have been in his late 30s?
Yes, he was.
Now, at some point, did Mr. Dixon's days that he would work, did that expand to go beyond those half-day Saturdays?
Yes.
Okay.
This is really difficult for me because hindsight and what I felt then are two different things. He knew while he was in pharmacy school that we had plans to expand the pharmacy, and he was included in those plans. We wanted him on board with us. We wanted him to work for us. He knew he had a job when he got out of pharmacy school. When when he got out and later on, when I believed he was a pharmacist, I started letting him work on Thursdays. I didn't just turn him loose all at one time. I would be there doing other administrative things. But I wasn't gonna just working on Saturday and filling 21 prescriptions on Saturday and working on a all-day, 9-hour day on Thursday are two totally different beasts. But yes, he did start working on Thursdays and eventually I let him work alone on Thursdays and I went and played with my grandson. But at that time, I thought he was licensed.
And we will talk about that. But let's talk about graduation, okay? There's been some confusion today as we've discussed when he graduated or how he graduated. But let's focus on a date in May of 2022, May 21st of 2022. What can you tell us about that?
I just want to tell y'all the reason my emotions were raw is because he was like one of my kids and I feel like he's ripped my heart out, thrown it in the floor and stomped on it. I was told he was graduating on May 21st. I could not go to the ceremony because my youngest daughter was graduating on May 21st. They had a party at his sister's house. I had a party at our house for our daughter. After all of our guests had left, I went down the street where his sister lives and I attended his graduation party on May 21st of 2022. His cap and gown was displayed. There were cookies, there was cake, there were tons of family. John Tipton also attended that party as well as Angela. I don't know that anyone that attended that party thought he did not graduate on that day.
That's my question. Have you come to find out or have you since learned whether or not he graduated on
I
that day?
did not know until my notice of hearing came that he did not graduate on that day.
Now, also at some point, and we'll discuss this later and we'll get into detail, were you likewise led to believe that he passed the NAPLEX and was a licensed pharmacist?
Yes.
Before we get there, though, you've seen the allegations and you've heard the testimony from Dr. Holland and others that indicated that Keith Dixon worked unsupervised during the time that he was a graduate intern or extern. Did he do so?
No, sir.
During the time that you believe Mr. Dixon to be a graduate intern, did you assure that he had in-person supervision from you or some other licensed pharmacist?
John Tipton or I both, one of us was there every time Keith was there.
Who is John Tipton?
John Tipton, again, is my Saturday pharmacist. Well, was my Saturday pharmacist.
And I know that there has been some discussion earlier.
I have that one. I
Yes.
have that one.
I believe it's, and tell the board what exhibit number that is
Exhibit 4,
and what is exhibit 4?
it is a letter from John Tipton stating the dates and times that he worked.
And out of personal respect for the confidentiality and or personal nature of this, was Mr. Tipton able to be here today based on your understanding?
No, he is not.
Is he in ill health?
Yes, he is.
All right. Now, if Mr. Tipton or Dr. Tipton has some issues with the board, is that anything you know about?
No.
Okay, all right.
No. And I do recognize that that the times may be a little wrong. The condition John is in, his, he's in kidney failure. He's not doing well at all.
Well, have you likewise though, and if to the extent the board needs it, have you reconciled those dates that he is included in his, with his payroll records?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so would you have paid him for time that he wasn't there at the pharmacy?
No, no.
And were those payroll records provided?
Yes.
Or offered to?
And if the date isn't exactly the date that is listed, it's because I run payroll on Fridays. You know, I don't pay people every day they work on that day.
And you, what has been previously referred to as Exhibit 5. So can you tell the board what Exhibit 5 is?
Exhibit 5 is many, many hours of me poring over my calendar, my pharmacy logbook, and an entire kitchen table worth of paperwork, trying to reconcile days that Keith worked, that people were also there at the same time.
And we're going to discuss that in detail, but I need just so the board is clear, were there times that Keith Dixon worked unsupervised?
Yes, after I was misled to believe he was a pharmacist.
Now, getting back to Exhibit 5, you rely upon other data or just your memory to try to come up with and recreate where you were or where John Tipton was at certain times while Mr. Dixon was working within the pharmacy.
I'd love to think my memory's that good, but it is not.
So what else did you rely upon?
My pharmacy logbook.
So let's talk about that.
Okay,
That-
I brought
Actually,
it.
I want to start with,
I brought it with me.
I want to start somewhere else though, if we can.
Okay.
Tell the board what Exhibit 6 is.
Exhibit 6 is a day by day. I printed every day that was in my notice of hearing. The reason Keith Dixon doesn't show up in any of the pharmacist totals, according to my software people, is because the minute we found out he was not a pharmacist, I had her go in and deactivate all his credentials because I didn't want him to be able to do anything in the pharmacy computer ever again.
So was there some grand scheme to try to keep information from the board or from staff?
Never a grand scheme. I just wanted his credentials inactivated so he could not touch anything else. I deactivated his credentials for the computer system. I deactivated his alarm code system. I deactivated everything.
I did what I tend to do, which is to put the cart before the horse. So I hope everyone can follow me here, but going back to Exhibit 5, which we're going to talk about, and we're going to talk about Exhibit 6 too. But was Exhibit 5 an effort by you to recreate where you were or whether there was supervision provided to Mr. Dixon at certain
Yes.
times that he worked?
Yes.
Right. And so you relied upon other things other than what Mr. Or Dr. Holland relied upon, right?
Yes.
Now, was there ever a time that Dr. Holland asked you for any information that you did not provide to him?
No.
Did Dr. Holland ever tell you, hey, I'm trying to figure out where you were or where John Tipton was at certain times? Do you have records you can show me that will reflect that?
No.
If he had asked, would you have given that to him?
Absolutely.
Now, Exhibit 5, though, did not exist at that time, right?
This exhibit.
That's Exhibit 6. Exhibit 5 is that right there.
Oh, no, that did not exist at that time. This is something that I sat down and many hours late into the night, early into the morning after working, came up with.
And has it been work intensive to go back through your records and attempt to
Yes.
recreate the presence within the pharmacy at times that occurred in some cases over 2 years ago?
Yes.
When have you done this?
After hours, middle of the night, you can ask my husband, I would be up until 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, going over all the paperwork everywhere, trying to figure out for my benefit as well as for y'all's, was I there? When was I there? When was I not there? And try to reconcile what happened.
This was not something you could type a few keystrokes into a computer?
Oh, no,
Couldn't pawn this off on someone else to do?
no, I would never pawn that off on someone else.
Now, as you've gone about confirming your presence and or absence from the medicine shop at specific times, have you tried to rely upon reliable contemporaneous data as opposed to your memory in doing so?
Yes, sir.
Have
Most
there been
definitely.
instances, though, when in doing that, you've located information or documentation that confirmed events differently than how you initially remembered them?
Yes.
With that said, have you been able to reconcile the dates that it's alleged Mr. Dixon worked without supervision with the information you've researched since receiving the notice of hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and that's in Exhibit 5 where you've reconciled that, correct?
Correct.
And you've also told us that you looked at Exhibit 6. Now, getting back to Exhibit 6, and you've explained why it doesn't have Keith Dixon's name on it, but what are those receipts that are there in the middle?
I just wanted to print receipts that show that I used the cash register at that particular time. We have a point of sale machine and you have to enter your own password, which no one else knows anybody's password. You enter your password in order to start a transaction with a patient. And just to kind of lay out my store, that we have one door in and one door out. So if I write down that I'm about to leave at 5 and I go out that front door and there's 3 other patients that have to ask me a question, I don't leave at 5. I've come back in from the parking lot before because somebody has stopped me in the parking lot and said, hey, can you help me with this? I come back in the store and I take care of it. So if I signed something that said I left at 5 and I walked out the front door, I may not have left at 5 because there's no back door I can sneak out of.
So on these receipts, does it show your name?
Yes, sir.
So what does that mean?
That means I logged into the cash register and I checked out this person.
Before we go, I want to look at some other receipts very quickly, but can you manipulate this? Is this something that you can go and cook the books and print out receipts from some time that didn't exist or change somebody's name?
I cannot, no.
Okay.
I'm sure there's probably some computer geek somewhere that can, if they can log in and steal our information, I'm sure somebody could log in and do that, but I cannot.
Now,
If I turn my computer on and it has an error message, I call tech support.
So did you yourself obtain these receipts from your point of sale software?
Yes, I did.
Now, a lot of the receipts have times late in the day. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, because I tried to pick times late in the day to show that I was still there late in the day.
Did you attempt to recreate or obtain every time that you entered a transaction in your point of sale software?
No, I don't know that we'd have enough paper for that.
Show you what has been marked as Exhibit 8. Can you tell us what Exhibit 8 is?
Yes, these are different receipts that, upon Mr. Singleton's request, I printed receipts that had other people's names on them, other technicians' names on them, so that you didn't think that all the receipts have my name on them. We have to individually log into the point of sale in order to do a transaction. So there's other people's names on other receipts.
And did you pull those from just random dates throughout the process? or-
Yes, you asked for 5 different dates and that's what I pulled.
Did you what? Just a mark, Exhibit 7. This has been discussed previously.
No, I have
Okay,
my own
so,
folder.
so tell us, is that Exhibit 7?
Yes, it is.
That you've got in front of you?
Yes.
Explain what that is.
This is a book that when we were inspected back in March of 2022, Miss Cindy, I believe her name was, is who inspected us. She said I needed to keep a pharmacy log notebook as well as signing the logs at the end of the day. At the time, I'm sure she explained to me the importance of that. I didn't quite get it. I do now. It's served its purpose many times. The reason I didn't really get the purpose then is because I was the only one working, so I just would always sign. I tried to get John Tipton and Keith to sign the logs, this book, whenever they would work. I don't know what to say. I can't force them to pick up that pen and sign this book.
So when they've not signed the book,
When they didn't sign, I wrote their initials in here so that I knew, okay, that's who worked that day. It has served its purpose in days when I've gone, why were last year's totals so much different than this year's totals? Oh, it snowed. We had a snow day, or, oh, there was something that went on that day. But it has really served its purpose for me to reconcile the days in this case, which I never thought I would have to use it for that.
and just to close the loop, is Exhibit 9 the survey or the inspection
Yes,
report from?
from April the 5th of 2022, from Cindy. Yes.
Now, in light, look, reconciling exhibit 5, 6, and 7, and 8, and 9 that we've looked at, I think you've told us, were there days when Mr. Dixon worked where he was unsupervised?
Yes, after I thought he was licensed.
And we're going to discuss that now. Why and what are the circumstances under which you believed he became licensed?
Keith told me in the summer, probably July sometime, when I started seeing other students of mine that had passed their boards, I said, Keith, did you pass? What are your grades? Because Keith is not the type that's going to come in and say, hey, woo-hoo, he was quiet. He told me then, he said, I have not received my scores. I'm going to date myself. When I took the boards, it was on paper. It took several weeks to get your scores. I don't know how it is now, if it's electronic and you get them immediately. I don't know. He said he was going to call about his scores and he would let me know. At the end of September, middle of September, he told me, he said, I have to confess, I did not pass the boards the first time. I'm taking them again in a week and I will let you know. So he let me know towards the end of September. He said, I passed. And that's when I immediately went to, do you have your liability insurance?
It's been marked as exhibit 10.
Because Scott always tells us and our students that you have to make sure you transfer your liability insurance from a student over to a pharmacist. And he wanted to make sure I wanted to make sure he had done that. Again, being like one of my children, I wanted to make sure he had the right liability insurance. So he said, yes, I already have that. And I said, can I get a copy of it? He said, I don't know where it is. I said, can I call Pharmacist Mutual on your behalf and get a copy? And he said, yes, that's fine. Thus, I have a copy of his liability insurance that says individual pharmacist, professional liability. Effective date was 10/1 of 2022 to 10/1 of 2023.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Singleton. What exhibit number is that?
That is exhibit 10.
Thank you.
Yes.
To that point, I told him congratulations, and then I started letting him work a little more by himself. I still didn't just turn him loose because that store's my baby. I've grown it and worked hard in it.
Jump ahead just a little bit. Probably come back. We show you what has been marked as exhibit 13. Is that a letter from the board to Mr. Dixon?
Yes, it is.
Is that the letter that informed Mr. Dixon that he had failed his NAPLEX and that he was now an extern as opposed to a graduate intern?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you ever sent a copy of this letter?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay, and are you blaming the board for that in
No,
any way?
no, not in any way. Keith should have brought that to me.
So my question is, did Mr. Dixon ever bring this to your attention?
No, sir.
Now, when did you find out that Mr. Dixon was not licensed?
October 6th, 2023.
Describe the events of October 6, 2023, how you came about this knowledge.
My husband and I were on an extended weekend vacation with his older sister and her husband. I was notified by Angela, my other sister-in-law, who is a tech for me, that the State Board of Pharmacy was there to inspect us. I told her, I said, it's no big deal. We always do everything by the book. If you can't find anything, call me. I'll be glad to tell you where it is. I said, or if he needs to come back, I'm sure he will understand and he will come back. And she said, okay, that's fine. The next call I get from Angela, she's telling me that they're about to shut us down. And I honestly thought she was kidding with me because she had gotten left home and worked and I was off with her sister. Up until the point when she said, would you like to talk to Dr. Kirtley? And that's when I knew she was not kidding me anymore, because I don't think she knows who Dr. Kirtley is. Dr. Kirtley then got on the phone with me and explained to me, he said, Chrissy, you know, you cannot have your pharmacy open without a licensed pharmacist. And I said, yes, sir. I said, where is Keith? I just talked to him an hour ago. And he said, I hate to tell you, but Keith is not a licensed pharmacist. And that is when my brain and life started spiraling out of control.
Talk about that in just a moment. Let's go back 3 days. Her Dr. McCready testified that when she phoned the pharmacy on October 3rd, asked to speak to a pharmacist, Keith said he was a pharmacist, but he also told her that you were not present at the pharmacy. Did you hear that?
I heard her testify to that,
Is
yes.
that correct?
That is not correct. I was at the pharmacy. I was on the phone with the insurance company to see if there was anything else I needed to do because of the fire. I was also on the phone the night before with Dr. Kirtley because I'd never been in a building that the other end of it had been on fire. You know, do I need to call the health department? What steps do I need to take? And Dr. Kirtley was very kind, walked me through everything, told me as long as the fire marshal cleared us, we were good to go. So I was there until about 11 o'clock that night, and I apologize, Dr. Kirtley, for keeping you up that late. But I was there till about 11 o'clock that night, waiting for the fire marshal to clear us. And I had gone in, pulled all the stuff out of the refrigerator, iced it down because obviously the electricity had been cut to the building. After the electricity had been turned back on and the fire department assured me it was going to stay on because the fire was out, I went in, unpacked all the stuff I had iced down, put it back in the refrigerator. And the whole time I was, again, apologize for keeping you up that late.
I understand, and we're going to push this. So let me ask this. Let's go back to October 6, 2023, or any time prior to that time. Did
Mhm.
Mr. Dixon ever tell you he was not a licensed pharmacist?
No, he did not.
And did he make affirmative statements to you on multiple occasions that he was a licensed
Yes,
pharmacist?
sir, he did.
And did you further rely upon the insurance information and materials that he provided as further proof that he was licensed?
Yes, sir, as well as the 18 years I had known him.
I think you told us prior to that time, he had never lied to you. You had never had any reason to doubt.
Never, never.
Now, just to be clear, you believe that you were purposefully misled by Mr. Dixon.
Yes, I do. And it hurts. It really does. It hurts. I want to be mad at him and I can't. This has really been hard.
With that, and we're going to talk about it, but I think you told us earlier, there were days, again, when you thought he was licensed.
Yes.
And just to be clear, let's make sure there's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. Did you rely upon the information that he gave you, his insurance information, knowing him? Did you ever check to see whether he was truly licensed by contacting the board?
I did not, and I regret that.
Now, you said that you have confirmed based on your own evaluation, examination of your records and reconciling things, that there were times that he did work independently without supervision.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And are you able to tell the board based on Exhibit 5, how many occasions that occurred on?
Yes. It depends on which set of dates we use, the 2/18 date or the 10/22 date. With the dates that are listed in my notice of hearing, if we go from February 18th of 2023 to August 6th of 2023. He worked 18 total days by himself, 16 of which were Saturdays.
And you said August sixth. Did you mean October
I
6th of
meant
2023?
October, I'm sorry. Yes, he also worked 4 partial days, where he was there maybe a total of 11 hours alone, where I left, say at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the evening and left him alone to close. So that was a total of 18, 22 days.
Now, did you immediately terminate Mr. Dixon upon learning of these events when you were contacted?
Yes,
by
I
Dr.
did.
Kirby?
I did immediately terminate him.
Other than communicating with him regarding his termination, have you had any other communications with him since that?
I have not. I have not. You informed me to make sure he understood he had been terminated. And when he said yes, that was made perfectly clear because I had him escorted out, his key removed, and every bit of access to the pharmacy taken away. After he said that was made clear to him that he was terminated, I said, I may no longer have contact with you. And I haven't had contact with him, his sister, or any member of his family since.
So upon terminating him, I take it you knew that you were being investigated by the board.
Yes.
And I know we talked about earlier that you attempted to provide everything that you were asked to provide.
Yes.
If you'd been asked by the board, by Dr. Holland or anyone else to provide the materials that you've relied upon, would you have provided those materials?
Yes, of course.
Now, there was, as I told the board, I think some misunderstanding about Exhibit 15. Can you tell us what Exhibit 15 is?
Exhibit 15 is now a clipboard that sits on my desk all the time, except for today. It says pharmacist license verification starting 10/6 of 2023. Before anyone works at the medicine shop as a pharmacist, their license will be verified on the Board of Pharmacy website and will continue to be verified monthly until they no longer work here.
I think your version may be an update
Yeah.
from what the board has.
I updated it last night because I did verify both Daniel Key and Ed Burkle's license last night.
But here's my question. When you put the date there, what does that date mean?
That is the date I verified their license, not the date they worked. I just try to do it at the first of the month with the rest of my first of the month's duties.
Now, let's talk about the allegations in the notice of hearing. Did you allow Keith Dixon to work unsupervised while he was a graduate intern?
No, sir.
Did you allow Keith Dixon to work unsupervised while he was an extern?
I did not allow him to work unsupervised as an extern or as a pharmacist because I did not know he was not a pharmacist.
Now, as you said, he did work at times when he was unlicensed, right?
Yes, he did.
To tell the board, do you have any regrets about that?
I have so many regrets about that. I wish I could turn it around and have this policy in place right now. That I had that policy in place forever. I wish he hadn't have disappointed me and hurt me the way he has. I can't speak for why he did it. But the people that trusted him have really been hurt. Can't explain it. I had a copy of his liability license. I couldn't get liability license without turning in my license to Pharmacist Mutual. I trusted a bad source. I'm not saying Pharmacist Mutual is a bad source. I trusted the wrong source. I should have checked the website. I'm sorry. I regret it. I regret it every day. I have woken up every day carrying this with me since October the 6th.
In closing, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the board how your life has been impacted since that occurred?
Um, again, if any of y'all are parents and you trust your children and they betray your trust and how it feels when it feels like they ripped your heart out, that's what I feel like. My blood pressure's up. I've lost 20 pounds. I can't eat. I can't sleep. And yet still every day I get up and I roll my sleeves up and I go to work and I take care of my patients. I am mentally, physically, and emotionally exhausted. I never thought in a million years I would ever sit in front of the board saying that I had done something wrong. I am a rule follower. That's why I started doing the book when Cindy told me to. I know she told me a reason. Didn't matter what the reason was. She told me to do it. It's a rule. I'm going to follow it. I'm so stressed out. I can't even explain how stressed out.
Singleton, why don't we take a 5-minute break? No, that's fine, ma'am. I understand, and I know the board does too. Go ahead and take 5 minutes. I don't know if you're done with your examination. or not.
I'll say one more thing.
Sure.
If it wasn't for these people that love me and my faith in God, I don't know that I could even sit here today. It has been so hard since I found out what happened. Because I would never, ever, I barely go to the restroom when I'm at work because I don't like leaving it unattended. I want to follow the rules. I've always followed the rules.
All right. Dr. Barr, I'm gonna ask you, do you think you can answer questions from Ms. Vales, or do you want to take a 5-minute break before we do that?
It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Are you sure? Okay, all right. Ms. Vales, do you want to conduct a cross?
Ms. Barr, or Dr. Barr, let's go back to respondents exhibit number 1, which is your curriculum vitae. Yeah. Go look at that for me. I guess we're gonna put after work too.
Yes.
All right. So if you look under the education section, it says currently continued education, 30+ hours every 2 years since May 1993.
Yes.
That's not a true statement, is it?
I listed at one time, I listed 2 of my CEs back to back when I was renewing my license.
In 2016 and 17, you were short, according to board approved CE.
Yes, ma'am, I was,
And
because I went to
We took-
list.
Let me ask you. a
Can I,
question.
can I finish? Please?
Everybody's talking. all at
Yeah,
once.
I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yes, I was short hours that year. I was listing them as I was renewing my license. The phone rang, a customer came in, I went back, I added another one in there. They were listed twice. I paid my $200 fine. I did my extra hours. And from that moment on, I triple check my hours when I enter them in. They all have to be there right.
Okay, so the 30+ hours every 2 years since May 1993, would you agree with me that's incorrect based on the period?
Based
from
on the
20
one time that I
Well, let me
didn't.
finish. I'm gonna let you finish. Based on the consent agreement you signed with the board for the period of 2016-17. You signed a consent agreement agreeing that you did not get
Yes.
your hours.
Yes.
And then you made up double those hours, so you did 4.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that's in fact an incorrect statement.
This was a very quickly done resume of sorts that an insurance company needed for me to turn in.
Okay, let's go back to Mr. Dixon's initial interaction with you. So you thought he graduated in May. You don't have any personal knowledge of when he actually graduated, do you?
I didn't at the time. I was told he graduated May 21st and that there was going to be a party afterwards at his sister's house.
Okay.
I had had my daughter's graduation and had a party as well at my house, and I'm sure everyone at that party assumed my daughter graduated. So
So my question is, you don't really know when he graduated. You know he didn't graduate the day of that party.
I knew the College of Pharmacy graduation was that day. Yes.
Right, but I'm asking about Mr. Dixon. You don't know. You said you went to the party. You didn't know then. You thought he graduated in May,
I did.
correct?
I thought he graduated in May.
So you don't know when in fact he did and truly graduate.
I didn't know that until later. No.
Yes, okay. And so when you took over the medicine shop, he was working there already
Yes.
and he was a pharmacy technician.
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, you hired him as an intern?
And he was always a technician until he went to pharmacy school.
Okay. And then when he went to pharmacy school, did he work for you during the time he was in pharmacy school?
Yes, he did. I asked him after he got accepted into pharmacy school, when it was time to renew everyone's tech license. I said, Keith, do I need to renew your tech license? And he said, no, ma'am, the school takes care of that.
Okay. And
He
then,
said, because it becomes an intern license and the school takes care of that. So I did not renew his tech license at that time.
okay. And did he work for you as an intern?
Yes.
And
While
so
he was
did
in
you pay
school.
him as an intern during that period of time also? Was he working for you and an intern?
He was working for me on Saturdays. Yes.
All right. And you said that he led you to believe that he passed the Snaplex the second time.
Yes.
And after that, you never saw anything that said Keith Dixon, pharmacist, nothing from the board that said he was licensed, correct?
No, ma'am.
Did you look for that? Did you wonder where that document might be since he told you he passed the
I
NAPLEX?
asked him for a copy of his license. He said it had been mailed to his parents' house.
And did you ever follow up with that?
I asked him several times, well, not several times. I asked him occasionally, did you get your license when you went home, or have you been home yet? And he never had his license with him.
Yeah, did you ever post his intern license on your wall?
Yes.
That was posted? Okay. And did it have an expiration date on it? Recall?
I don't recall.
But your license, is it posted on the wall?
Yes,
It
ma'am.
has expiration date on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
All
so-
all pharmacist licenses expire in odd years,
Right,
tech in even years.
okay. And eventually you notified the board that you hired him as a pharmacist, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 12 reflects that. So you did hire him. I think you said you didn't really hire him, but you did.
Well, I guess I should have said he changed from a technician / intern to I was hiring him as a pharmacist.
Okay. So let's go back to the log books, and that's very confusing. So I'm going to refer you, and it's in the tablet, and it's entitled Laws. There's a folder that says Laws, and click that, there's a pharmacy law book. And I'm going to make your attorney scroll all the way down to page 204.
You're asking a lot of me.
I know.
That's-
I'm going to give you time to do it.
All the way to 41. Okay. $204?
204.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Hmm.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Okay, that'll help. 4-9 is what we're looking for though. 4-2. Okay. Because that's 4-2. Oh. Okay. And Ms. Vales, are you looking at subsection 8? Is that what we're
Yes,
focusing on?
But
All
let me
right.
ask you a question. So, Dr. Barr, this law book, have you ever had an opportunity to review this?
The law book,
Mm-hmm.
periodically,
Okay, and are you aware that it's posted on the
yes.
board's website? That you could review at any time? Is that, you are aware of that? Okay, so if you look on page 204V, that's 3 little i's there at the last bottom of the paragraph. And that rule refers to the logbook. Can you read for me what that says?
The pharmacist in charge of the pharmacy shall maintain a bound logbook in which each individual pharmacist or individual intern involved in dispensing of prescriptions shall sign a statement each day, attesting to the fact that the prescription information entered into the computer that day has been reviewed by him or her and is correct as shown. The log shall identify the time of day at which the pharmacist or intern started filling prescriptions and the time of day at which the pharmacist or intern stopped filling prescriptions. Said logbook shall be maintained by the pharmacist in charge or his successor in the pharmacy for a period of 2 years after the date of dispensing an appropriately authorized prescription.
So if you read that rule, would you agree with me that you as the pharmacist in charge is the person who's supposed to make sure this logbook's correct? Is that what you?
Yes,
Read.
this logbook.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. Did you maintain a logbook at all before our investigator Cindy told you to?
No, I did not.
And let me object to that because again, I think that exceeds the scope of what the allegations are in the notice of hearing. And it's getting into a time period that's not at issue in this proceeding.
Yeah, what's your response to that, Ms. Vales? Because I'm looking at the allegations.
It's not, she's testified to it previously. So she opened the door for it. And I mean, I think it's grounds. I'm not adding any new allegations, but it goes to whether or not the board has to answer whether or not it's appropriate for her to be a pharmacist in charge. But what I'm trying to show is she's not taking care of her responsibilities. And I think that's purview for the board to consider.
And I think the problem I have with that is that she's trying to point at something that happened before this inspection, which was back in April or May of 2002. All of the allegations, if they're trying to look at whether she was conducting business appropriately, relate to a time period thereafter, which the exhibit clearly shows she was maintaining this particular logbook. So asking whether she had one before then or how long she'd been maintaining it, I think is going to take us afield, and I think it's prejudicial.
It just seems to me that the allegations of fact center around Mr. Dixon and Mr. Dixon entirely. And I mean, I understand what you're saying, Ms. Vales, and I understand the idea of opening the door. But at the end of the day, even if the door is open, would you agree that the board is still confined and your burden is to prove the allegations of fact that are contained in the order of notice of hearing?
Well, I would agree with that, except I would disagree with their statement that it's all about Keith Dixon. He already had his hearing. We're looking at or Dr. Barr's actions or inactions as it relates to Mr. Dixon, and this logbook falls into that.
I just, give me a second, if you don't mind. Okay, so I am looking at allegation 14, allegation 15, 16. And it talks about the logbook, but it's in reference to Mr. Dixon working by himself, not necessarily the idea of whether or not Dr. Barr is keeping accurate records. I mean, is there a way, are you trying to bootstrap it into that, Ms. Vales?
No, but the logbook is the basis for determining whether or not Keith Dixon worked at at any given day. And so I think any questions about the logbook goes to those allegations.
Well, I think you're stretching it beyond the breaking point a little bit here, Ms. Vales. I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to move on.
All right.
Are you defending that he worked by himself and that was okay?
So, Dr. Bart, based on your reconciliation, you determine, how many days did you determine that Mr. Dixon worked unlicensed and unsupervised?
Unlicensed and unsupervised, he worked 2 Thursdays, 16 Saturdays, and 4 partial days.
Do you know how many prescriptions he dispensed on those days?
I could look that up. I did
What-
not,
With
I
what in
didn't,
front of you, you don't know. Is that?
no, I mean, I could go tally it up, but it's not right in front of me.
Right, okay. Yeah. And you've read and reviewed with your attorney the order and notice of hearing, correct?
Yes,
And do you, and you understand, based on the records that we had, that's the allegations that are made in the order notice of hearing?
I'm not understanding your question.
Well, you were aware of the records that Dr. Holland reviewed,
Yes, I was.
and the log information, I think it's entitled daily log,
Mhm.
is what you're understanding. You knew that Dr. Holland had looked at that.
Yes,
So are you saying that that information that Dr. Holland looked at is completely wrong?
not completely wrong, no. I'm just saying there's another book that we kept saying what day, what times I was there. If I left at 4 o'clock, I wasn't there at the end of the day to sign the daily log.
Okay. So, well, I'll move on. I'll move on. This document that you've prepared called pharmacist license verification, I understand you've updated it.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that your understanding is required for you to do by the Board of Pharmacy?
No, that is something I implemented after this incident happened because I don't ever want it to happen again.
Okay. And I think you said, you testified, admitted that you'd never checked with the Board of Pharmacy as to whether or not Mr. Dixon had any kind of license.
No, I didn't.
And then after you ask him about it a couple of times, hey, where's your license? No follow-up on that. You never saw a license. Obviously, none existed, but you never inquired further at that point.
No, quite honestly, as the business of pharmacy kept going, it never crossed my mind again.
Okay. And you're filling prescriptions at medicine shop yourself. You're not just doing administrative duties, correct?
Correct.
And I'm not a pharmacist, but isn't part of what a pharmacist does is verify?
Yes.
What kind of things, when you're working as a pharmacist, do you have to verify?
You have to verify data entry, you verify if the prescription was pulled and counted correctly. I mean, there's lots of steps that go into filling a prescription. That's
Okay.
why.
So is it safe to say you're good at the verification of that stuff when you're doing the work of the pharmacy, but you're not so great at doing verification of the administrative tasks?
Let me object. That's argumentative and it, it's serves no purpose. It's not relevant. The facts speak for themselves.
Again, Ms. Vales, what's your response to that?
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let me ask you one other question and I'll be done. So on October sixth, you said you were in Branson or on your way to Branson.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And then is it your understanding Dr. Kirtley forced Mr. Dixon to turn over his keys?
I don't know what happened when I wasn't on the phone with Dr. Kirtley, but I informed the pharmacist that I got to come in. I said to take his key, escort him out of the building, and then come back in and let's decide what has to be done next. And Dr. Kirtley walked us through what had to be verified, what had to be taken off the shelves, what had to be done next.
Okay.
And I followed every protocol.
And did you at that point, was Keith Dixon notified he was fired or did you wait another day for that?
Oh, no, he was notified then.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have.
No redirect at this time, sir.
Board members, any questions?
I have a couple. So I truly believe that he told you he was licensed and you bought it. I'm having a real hard time from working in retail myself, being a pharmacist, being a manager, being all these various things I did. I have a real hard time that after once or twice, really soon after you knew your license was on the wall, I'm having a real hard time that you would forget to ever, all the way to October, ever get his license on the wall. That's hard to believe.
I don't know how to answer that question except to say that when my license came in, I put it on the wall. He kept saying he didn't have his yet for, the couple of times I asked him. I mothered him again and I said, don't wait till the last minute to do your CE because you'll regret it. And he said, I'm on it. And I honestly, with the vaccinations and stuff and the COVID vaccines and everything that was changing, I apologize, but the thought of having a piece of paper on the wall never crossed my mind again.
Okay.
Now it does now. I have both of my relief pharmacist license hanging on the wall.
And then my second question, it kind of came from Ms. Bales, and you can give me the explanation, but how many dates you thought he worked without being really licensed with 16 plus 2 plus 4 partials? You're taking that from when in September he finally confessed to you that he was taking the boards for the second time.
Yes,
So you're only saying from September on,
correct. Up until then, he was never unattended.
never ever unattended in
No,
May,
no, ma'am.
June, July, August.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Even though the record is the record. And it doesn't matter. And as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter what we write down or what we think or what we want to have on the record, and that's what
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Holland went by, is
Yes,
the
ma'am.
record. And the record is just the record. So you're just saying from sometime in September when you think he really was licensed till he really wasn't licensed, that's all he worked alone.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other thing is, and this is really for you to worry about, it's probably not the board, but when there was, for a fact, when there was not a licensed pharmacist there, insurance would have to be paid back all of those claims. I don't know if you've dealt with that yet.
I
but
have
that
not
may
dealt
be
with that yet,
something.
but that is another thing that has been weighing heavily on my mind.
And I will say, because you're an independent pharmacy and you didn't have to work for a corporation and there wasn't a lot of people giving you rules, you were having to make the rules. I can understand trusting your people and, that's happened to many pharmacists. Their best tech is the one that also stole from them. So
Sam?
I do understand there's logical things there, but it seems like it might be a little too far-fetched that that many months could go by and you'd never once have a license or look up the license. I mean, everybody
Well,
looks up on the website for a license.
I had his insurance that said he was a pharmacist. I didn't really think I needed to go any further to verify, and I regret that every day. I wish I had of.
And I do appreciate you coming in here and admitting that
Oh,
you made a mistake. 'cause
I
it's a mis-
did.
it's a
I
bad
made a mistake, and
Um,
I'm owning that mistake.
And then our side is we're to take care of the public and this man wasn't licensed and he was giving the public prescriptions.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's where it's very, where while it's understandable, it's still very,
Yes, ma'am. I totally understand.
puts us in a bad spot.
Any other board members?
I got a couple of questions. So prior to September, or whenever he told you he'd passed an Applex, you're saying he was never unsupervised?
No, sir, he was never unsupervised.
What was, so if he filled a prescription, are you saying that he was being, his work was being checked by a licensed pharmacist?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then after that, you said 18 days and a couple partial Saturdays, whatever the number was. But all the other days, you're saying there was another pharmacist there,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Would it be fair to say that even though there was another pharmacist there, he was not being supervised at that point? He was operating as a,
After I thought he was a pharmacist, he was operating on his own. I was there, and anybody that, if you've worked in an independent pharmacy, I don't know what it is about when the owner's there, they don't think they can make their own decisions, so they always check with me. I mean, I may have been rearranging over the counters out front, but I was still being asked questions to verify things.
that you couldn't testify that you were supervising his work?
I wasn't over his shoulder, no, sir.
I wanted to make sure I understood your defense, and just on one perhaps minor point. You introduced or talked about a computer printout that you said you had the computer people remove his name from, and what was the purpose of that?
Oh, just because the totals on that computer printout does not show Keith Dixon as a pharmacist on any of those printouts because all of his credentials had been deactivated.
Yeah, but what was had you given, had that report gone to the pharmacy board inspector, or why was that?
Yes.
And you were trying to show that's why that
Yes,
information.
that's why that information was,
Thanks.
yes, you're welcome.
I had one more follow-up question based on something you just said. So does your computer system, when you set up someone in the system, their role, do you define their role? Like
So you
they're a
define,
tech or-
you define their role. And then if they're a tech and they log into the computer system, they have to pick the pharmacist that's on duty to fill the prescriptions. That's why it shows on some of those reports, it'll show Keith with a tech. They chose him as the pharmacist on duty that day, but he doesn't show up in any of the pharmacist totals.
Do you know when his credentials were flipped from whatever he was before, technician or intern, however your system?
In October,
So after he told you he passed,
yes.
you or someone that has those administrative rights went in and changed his credentials to a pharmacist at that point?
Sir.
Okay, thank you.
So that leads me to one more. So if that is the fact, it wasn't until October, how about all the way, let's just say from May to October? We're not looking directly at Dr. Holland's records right this minute, but could this individual have shown up as the pharmacist, even if in your mind he wasn't
He
being the
shouldn't have.
pharmacist?
No, he shouldn't have.
So if that were the case, it seems like Dr. Holland's records wouldn't start till October, verifying if he was the pharmacist or not. We may have to ask Dr. Holland that.
I have a question. So did he give you like a fake license number or did you just not have anything that you ever had to put his license number on?
I
'Cause know
never
they
had to
don't.
put his license number on anything. I mean, he worked 3 hours on Saturday and Thursdays.
So the computer doesn't make you put in a license number at
No,
any point.
ma'am.
Okay, go. Okay, something very interesting. When you, get a promotion, you get a change in pay. So when did his pay rate change from being a non-pharmacist to a pharmacist?
I would have to look at my records, but probably in October. Whenever,
Very important.
yeah,
Part of all this equation is when did his, pay rate change?
in October, whenever I was
October of what year?
2022.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, sir.
You had shared with us a time when I think Mr. Dixon made you aware that some controlled substances had been dispensed to someone, and there was a question as to whether that should be the case.
Yes, sir.
As I recall, you said that you were able to go back and identify that there was 120 tablets of oxycodone
Yes, sir.
had been dispensed.
Yes.
What is it that you were able to look at that could tell us that in fact, or that could tell you that in fact that occurred?
Keep a perpetual inventory of all of our controls.
Okay,
And we check them periodically, especially like if a bottle gets low, we'll go check and make sure that the count is correct. We check in every control that comes in, so we know what's come in, what's gone out. And that way, if any patient calls and says, you shorted me 5 pills, I can go count the pills and say, no, ma'am, I did not, or no, sir, I did not.
okay. So let me ask you this, is a perpetual count required by law or is it just good practice?
It's good practice
Okay, what is required by law though?
that you do a controlled drug inventory every 2 years.
Okay, and who is the person responsible for doing that?
Me.
Well, other than me, generally speaking, who is the person responsible?
The pharmacist or pharmacist in charge.
Well, it's not just the pharmacist, or it's the pharmacist in charge who's responsible. And if there were ever change in ownership or change in PIC,
Yes.
it's the PIC
The P-
incoming or outgoing that has to do that.
Yes.
So that goes to, I mean, that's an example of the pharmacist in charge helping keep the pharmacy legal, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, would you generally agree that the primary duty of a PSC is to keep the pharmacy legal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you keep your license hanging on the wall.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do you do that?
Because I always have.
But you're aware that there is a regulation that says you must
Yes,
conspicuously.
we,
Let me finish my question.
I'm sorry.
You have to
sorry.
conspicuously post a copy of all licenses on the wall where they can be seen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do you do that? Or why is that? Do you believe that's required?
So that the public knows that they have a licensed pharmacist and licensed techs.
Okay. So let's change gears just a little bit. Let me back up. So doing the inventory as an example of something that the pharmacist in charge does in terms of keeping the pharmacy legal, it's not an example of, it's not a trust issue, it's just what we do. Is that not right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not that we don't trust the people that work there. It's that we want to make sure that this task is being addressed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there was lots of discussion about graduation and when this gentleman graduated. Graduation does not equal licensure. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's take it another step. Passing the NABPLEX does not equal licensure. Would you agree with that?
Sir, I guess you would still have to be issued a license from the Board of Pharmacy.
Right. And so the way that you could confirm that is to check the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, and you could find out in a matter of, well, it'd take you longer to log on than it would be to find the answer.
Yes, sir.
yet you were able to get a copy of malpractice insurance and then you equated that as him being licensed, but having an insurance policy is not the same as being licensed. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir. I would definitely now.
Okay. So for a year's period of time, from October 2022, when he would have gotten a pay raise until October 23, when all this came about. At any point in time in that period, had you checked the website to see why we don't have a copy of his permit hanging on the wall, you could have found out that he was not a pharmacist.
Sir.
Okay. Now, there was some talk about signature log and whether it was correct, and you could go back and compare payroll records. Payroll records do not equal a daily log. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because do the regulations allow for payroll to serve as a official record as a pharmacy signature log?
I don't believe so, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So regardless of the number of days, and I think you said there was 16 and 2 and 4 partials, so that's what, 22 days at least. I mean, how many days do you believe it is that all of a sudden becomes not appropriate that somebody work as a pharmacist if they're not a pharmacist?
0.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Welcome.
One more. So are you saying that and we'll just make the date 10 of 22, that he possibly got his pay raise? I know you don't know the exact date, but it's approximately October 22.
Yes, ma'am.
All the way to October 23, he stayed working for you as a pharmacist and he only worked 18 plus 2 plus 4 partial days for the whole year?
Alone. He worked other days when I was there with him.
So out of all that whole entire year, there are only 18 days this
He
man.
mainly worked Saturdays.
Why did he keep working for you? Why didn't he go to work for somebody else?
I don't know the answer to that question.
How did he survive on 18 days of pay in a year? I mean,
I've wondered that myself, but I don't know the answer to that question either.
Follow up to that line of question. You said those are days that you said he worked by himself,
Yes, sir.
but you also said that after October of 2022, that he would have worked unsupervised.
Yes, sir.
So whether he was there 18 days by himself, even if he was there with you standing right by his side, frankly, you were not, after October 2022, you were not supervising his work. You thought he was a pharmacist. He worked as a pharmacist.
Yes, he did work as a
Okay, so he
pharmacist.
worked for a year as an unsupervised pharmacist.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board?
I'm just confused about one thing. I'm sorry. You said he worked Thursdays and 3 hours on Saturday, mainly Saturdays.
Most of the time. Sometimes he didn't work Thursdays, but he mainly worked
By
Saturdays.
himself, or was that all the only days he worked?
That was the times he worked by himself. He would come in sometimes on Tuesday afternoons. And he would work and we would work together. So a lot of times, first of the month, we worked together.
Okay.
Busier days, after the 4th of July, we would work together. I don't like throwing anybody out there on a Monday, the 1st of the month by themselves. It's a hairy day.
So he wasn't ever a full-time employee?
No, sir,
might be
he
what you'd consider PRN or part-time?
part-time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Because the 3rd, he was there on October 3rd, that was a Tuesday. I had to look at my phone.
Yes,
And then he was there on the 6th, which was a Friday.
yes, sir, because I was
But
I
he
was
on
out of town.
vacation, So I was
Mhm.
just trying to put
Sir.
that together.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
As a store owner and boss, when you go in the store, are you ever not the store owner and the boss?
You're never not the store owner and the boss when you're not in the store.
And so my point is, you're always supervising when you're in the store. If you're the
Yes,
store owner
if
and
you're
the
the-
boss,
Yes.
you're always supervising,
Yes,
even when they're not techs, when they're
even,
pharmacists, when they're whatever.
yes, sir.
when you're a store owner and you're the only one in there with other employees,
Yes,
are
sir.
you ever indirectly supervising anybody?
I'm usually directly supervising. Thank you.
So you're directly overseeing Mr. Dixon's work, prescription by prescription, same as you would an intern.
Yes, sir, in a way, I would say that.
Not in a way. I mean, are you or are you not?
Yes, I am.
Okay. There was another pharmacist that you said works for you, Mr. Tipton?
John Tipton.
Dr. Tipton, I should say?
Yes,
Okay. Do you supervise his work prescription by prescription?
yes, I do.
You do.
When I'm in the store with him, yes, yes, I do.
So every prescription.
I have a real hard time letting go of control of things in the pharmacy.
Well, I find that to be curious that you have that sense of responsibility, but yet you didn't make sure that the guy who's working for you was a licensed pharmacist in the state of Arkansas.
Yes, sir, and I do own that and I apologize for it. I trusted him and I apologize for trusting
And I
him.
believe that you genuinely do apologize.
I do, I
But
apologize.
actions have consequences.
I know. That's why I'm here.
Any other questions from the board?
I just want to clarify something, and I understand what my colleague's saying about the responsibilities of storeman. But were you checking his prescriptions before they went out the door? Or was he allowed to fill a prescription independently as a pharmacist and then dispense that drug, working independently as pharmacist? Or were you checking his work before it went out?
I was not checking each individual prescription he did, but I was there in the pharmacy overseeing his procedures and what he did and making sure he was checking what he did.
I have a question. Did you ever have any issues with customer complaints or meta errors or anything?
No,
of that
ma'am,
nature?
everybody loved Keith.
No meta errors that you
No,
found?
ma'am, there were no med errors.
As I see the statement of charges, both you and the pharmacy are both being charged with these charges.
Yes, sir.
Are you making any distinction between yourself and the pharmacy with regard to your defense here today?
I hope it's not, and with all due respect, Mr. Simpson, I don't believe so. And I don't think you're trying to trick me. I just, yes, sir. And I want to be as candid with you as possible. I mean, we have laid out our defense. She was misled. She has acknowledged that she bears responsibility. It is, I believe, the way that I understand it, as the PIC, who she's been charged, she's also acting on behalf of the pharmacy. And we recognize we're here today to answer for both.
So in essence, you're saying the pharmacy is also assuming responsibility or admitting wrongdoing or whatever it is that you're doing.
To the extent that she is the PIC, and I promise you, Mr. Simpson, I'm not trying to parse words. To the extent that she is the PIC and is responsible or that she would be responsible vicariously for the activities of the pharmacy, I believe that's what we're saying.
I don't mean to quibble with you, but as the PIC, we're talking about her personal pharmacy license.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Whereas with regard to the store, we're talking about the store license.
Yes, sir.
And all I want to know is there any distinction at all between the defenses that are being raised between her and her personal license and the store and its license?
I don't believe so, Mr. Simpson, and I apologize if I
Fine.
mixed
Thank
that up. Yes.
Any other board members? Based on the line of questions from the board, any follow-up from council, from you, Mr. Singleton?
Not at this time.
Ms. Vales?
No.
All right, ma'am, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Singleton, do you want to call your next witness?
I
Do you need a
do, and I
minute?
call Kelly, or I don't know if the board needs to take a break.
I think they're ready to proceed. I didn't
And
know if you
these
needed-
next witnesses, I'll tell everybody, I expect them to be exceedingly quick.
No problem.
If my next witness would be Miss Kelly Thompson. Doctor.
I'll tell you what, Ms. Thompson, you can go ahead and sit right next to Dr. Barr.
And I messed up. I said Miss Thompson, it's Dr. Thompson.
Would you be so kind as to take that microphone, Dr. Barr, and hand it on over?
Good afternoon.
And ma'am, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Thompson, would you introduce yourself to the board?
I'm Kelly Thompson, and I am a general dentist in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Dr. Thompson, I take it you know Dr. Barr.
For over 15 years, we've been very good friends.
I understand you and Dr. Barr are part of a group that meets regularly. Can you explain to the board about this group and what brought all of you together as a group?
Okay. We're our scrapbook group. We started out at church. We would do projects for the church itself, and then we became a group together. There's about 12 to 15 people that meet. And this group has evolved more into a support group, and Chrissy is our fearless leader.
You say support group. What do you mean by that?
Well, people in our group have lost parents, excuse me, they've lost siblings, they've had to deal with suicides. So our group supports one another. And she, like I said, is our leader.
And what
And
is
she
it?
started the group.
I understand. As the leader, other than starting the group, are there any other functions she serves within the group?
We meet, or we did meet at our church, and we would get together for a couple of days. We meet on retreats 2 times a year, same time every year. And she's responsible for setting everything up, getting our time, setting the rooms up. And she would usually go early so she could get everything ready for us. And there were times that she either couldn't go or was going to be late, and she would let us know because she couldn't get a pharmacist to come in and work for her. So she was very cognizant about the point that she could not leave the pharmacy unattended.
And as far as the members that make up this group, and I said, you know, as you told us, twice a year, same time every year.
Yes.
Where do these folks come from? Are they all from Maumelle or North Little Rock, or they come from elsewhere?
No, they come from Texas and Missouri and Massachusetts and Mississippi, Tennessee. We're a core group that started 15 to 20 years ago at our church, and we've stuck together since that time.
And I just want to make sure to put a fine point on your testimony that despite the importance of this meeting and the fact that Chrissy's y'all's fearless leader, there are times that she has to miss significant portions of the meeting because of her responsibilities and obligations in the pharmacy.
Because she's the leader, she was always the one that focused and spoke with the manager of the hotel where we stayed. And she wanted us to know if she wasn't going to be there, someone else would interact with the manager to get everything set up. So her not being there was important, but she said it was more important that she took care of her business.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Vils,
No questions.
board members, any questions? Ma'am, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
Say anything?
Yes, we have one witness scheduled at this time, and that would be Mr. Kenny Stevens.
Clerk, you could. You swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Stevens, will you please tell the board your full name?
I'm Kenny Stevens Senior.
Hey, Mr. Stevens, what do you do for a living?
I am currently the Traffic Director, Safety Director, and Parks and Rec Director for City of North Little Rock, appointed by the mayor. Been with them going on 17 years.
Now, in that position, tell us what you do as part of that brings you into contact with Dr. Chrissy Barr and the medicine shop.
Well, the number one thing is I'm in charge of all 900 plus employed workers' comp. And in regard to workers' comp, you know, and I'll give all you kudos because bottom line is a lot of times I hear what a doctor says, but I get more information from a pharmacist about drug related stuff or what's going on with the employee. So my job is to make sure that employee goes to the doctor, and I selected based on business needs, that pharmacy in North Little Rock, because to me, you can get more one-on-one with them, and I'm gonna call it a mom and pop, but you get more one-on-one with this type of pharmacy than I can ask questions because there's no HIPAA involved in workers' comp. As long as I don't get involved in the, maybe high blood pressure or stuff like, if I keep it straight and narrow on the, in regard to workers' comp, then I depended on Chrissy. And when she come to me and told me this, what was going, she didn't have to tell me. But that just shows the character. Of course, I'm dealing with legal and city of North Little Rock. So it's important that I keep all my ducks in a row when in regard to workers' comp, because I don't want to know what's going on with that employee. My deal is she worked with me to get the necessary medicine that the doctor prescribes in a time frame. It may be late in the afternoon or whatever, but this employee, it reduces, I put them on light duty based on whatever the doctor prescribed. But sometimes I may know, well, does this medicine make them sleepy, or does medicine do this? Do they just need to take it at night? And if she said, well, this medicine could make them sleepy, then I got to get back with the doctor and say, look, if this guy's on the job and he's driving a city vehicle and things are not going right, then the information she gave me, then the doctor would come back and say, well, if he's driving a city vehicle, maybe we look at something else and prescribe that at night. So it's just gathering information, and it just shows the character of Chrissy and you guys, I can relate to all of you. I've been sick before, and, I depend on the druggist, and when you build character, and she built a lot of character. We've been business friends for 17 plus years, but, she didn't ask me to come in here today. When she told me what went on, I said, hey, I'll go speak for you, because I know what she stands for. So regardless of what's been said, I'm just here to speak about facts. And that's what I'm dealing in today, facts.
And I tell you, we all appreciate that, Mr. Stevens. And let me ask this, is in your position, have you dealt with other pharmacies? And I'm not trying to get you to disparage or put anyone down, but have you had experience dealing with other pharmacies in your line of work?
I have, and I'm not going to call the pharmacies out by name because some of them are big time pharmacies. I'm not going to get into that, but you get to run around with the big chain operations. You may get to talk to pharmacists. We'll call you back, and I need to know something. If one of my employees goes to doctor at 1 o'clock and they go here and they say, well, we'll get back with you tomorrow. Well, that employee's already, I can't put him back to work on light duty until I get everything he needs. So with this type of pharmacy, I can get instant results based on what the doctor prescribed. So it's a win-win for me as a city.
So
And
I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead and finish, sir.
no, it's just a win-win, the mom and pop stores, and that's what I'm calling this. It's just a win-win, because you don't have the one-on-one in the big chain stuff. You don't get the one-on-one. You may be able to talk, most time you'll talk to an associate, and that associate's got to go back and say, hey, what do you think? Well, I'm standing there and I can't call. I've got to get in my truck, go down to the pharmacy and ask what's going on. But with this, I can make a phone call because I can get in touch with Chrissy, and and that's. And in regard to this, and I'd like to say one more thing, it's very hard as a non-uniform officer to deal with police and fire. That's two different categories. And they have different rules, different categories, different medical, everything's totally different. And over the years, through this pharmacy, I have built trust with the police department and fire department in regard to their medical care. She's come in before 8 o'clock in the morning when COVID was bad, depended on her. Flu, we depend on her. So the city, we chose this pharmacy because we could benefit from what we needed as a city. And I'm appointed by the mayor, and I sure don't want to make no mistakes because I do not want to lose my job. So I'm going to do what I need to do to make sure things operate in the city, and we, in return, get what we need, and the employee gets back to work timely and gets everything he needs medical wise. So,
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Ms. Vales?
No questions.
Board members, any questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, did you in any of your dealings with the pharmacy, ever consult with, Mr. Dixon?
Yeah.
Okay, on,
Well, I mean, I said dealt with him. I dealt with him on a personal level, but a workers' comp, I don't know. You know, I can't say that for sure. The doctor would call a prescription in sometime, workers' comp. I don't know who he dealt with down the pharmacy because when the pharmacist, I mean, when the doctor calls it into her drugstore, there's no way to know who filled it because I don't go and see who's filling the medicine. But I'm saying, not 100% sure, but I'm saying probably at some time during a workers' comp case, maybe he did. So I don't know. I can't answer that totally.
I'm just trying to ask it in the same way that you testified. You said that if there were questions that you could go down to the pharmacy and get your questions answered.
Right. Well, I
So
never had a
in-
question I had to ask Keith.
Yeah.
Or, you know, I never had those kind of, you know, not that I recall. I never remember calling Keith one time asking about a medication. And if the employee don't complain about it making him sleepy or what, it may be the next day or two before I even know what's going on with that medication. And that's when I start asking questions.
Okay, I'm not sure I got my question answered, so let me try one more time,
Okay.
if you'll let me finish it. So in whatever character that you would say that you went down to the pharmacy, if you had questions in your capacity of dealing with workers' comp, on any of those times, did you deal with Mr. Dixon to get your questions answered?
Yeah, I would say, yeah,
Could you estimate how many times?
maybe twice.
Okay, thank you.
Did Mr. Dixon ever represent to you that he was a pharmacist?
I never questioned that. That wasn't, never questioned it, you know, didn't have any need to. He was filling prescriptions or whatever he was doing. But like I say, I just never had a lot of one-on-one with him.
All right, any other questions from the board? Some questions from the board, any follow-up from council? Mr. Singleton?
None at this time.
All right, Ms. Vales?
No, thank you.
Sir, thank you very, very much for your testimony. Mr. Singleton?
At this point, respondent would rest.
All right. Ms. Vales, do you have any rebuttal?
I have no rebuttal witnesses.
Okay. How about closing statements?
I do have that briefly. This is an issue of first impression with the board in the history of the Board of Pharmacy. We've never seen any situation like this. The problem is, heard her testimony and she said she didn't allow him to practice. She didn't allow him to do this. I'll agree with her that she didn't knowingly allow him to do this, maybe, but it was her job to know. And her failure to know his status and whether or not he had a license is negligence. And her negligence allowed this situation to happen. She has disregarded her duties as a pharmacist in charge, as a license holder for the medicine shop pharmacy. You know, we've made a lot of records. We have, as a staff, we have to go in and look at what the records are that are presented. I would submit to you that Brandon Holland's investigation is complete and accurate investigation. If you follow the rules of the Board of Pharmacy, there's one logbook. The pharmacist in charge is to make sure that the records are complete and legal. I don't think you can say that in this situation. I'm not sure they're complete. I'm not sure they're legal. I'm not sure why she didn't show all of this to Brandon Holland. I don't know why she had to sit at her kitchen table and reconcile it. That's not compliance with the rules. There shouldn't need to be any reconciliation. If you look at Respondent's Exhibit 12, she wrote a letter to the board that says, I'm writing to inform you of the hiring of part-time pharmacist Keith Dixon. That's dated by her and signed by her on June 1st of 2022. So there's where, if you're confused about where to start counting, you could at least start counting there. And that's over a year. He had no valid license. Whether he's alone or with her, he's not supposed to be there. he doesn't have a valid license, no different than me going in and trying to fill prescriptions. I can't do that. He didn't pass the DAPLEC. He doesn't have the minimum qualifications to be in the pharmacy. He did not do his job, but yet her negligence allowed this situation to happen. I don't think you can trust her. I don't think her patients should be able to trust her at this point. We are asking for you to consider whether or not she should be a PIC, whether or not she should have a license as a pharmacy holder. She's continued to fill prescriptions knowing that she had these issues. And I just don't think that's responsible. I don't think that's responsible for us to allow that to happen. And it's irresponsible for us to have her patients be put in jeopardy by her continued negligence with the records and the lack of verification. That's something fundamental that a pharmacist does. She didn't do it. So we would ask you to consider whether or not she should be a PIC, whether or not she should have a license, whether or not she should be the pharmacy holder of medicine shop, whether medicine shop should still exist.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Mr. Singleton?
I want to thank each and every one of you for your patience today. I asked you on the front end if you would bear with me as we tried to explain and put into context what happened. I've got to tell you, I've got very strong feelings about this, and probably not for the reason you would expect. And I won't go too deep into this, but I do need to explain it. I grew up, my parents were small business owners. I met Chrissy and Jack shortly after this happened, and I saw my parents. I saw that look in their eye. I know how you live and die every day with how well the business is doing. And again, I promise you, I'm not going to get too deep into this, but I hope it explains why I feel so much passion towards this. And I'm going to try to tone that down, because what we're here to talk about is what happened, not about emotion. Talk about what happened and why it happened, and then put it into context. And we've tried to do that today. I don't understand the passion from Ms. Bales. I do understand that there are some concerns. I do understand the negligence, especially when you look in hindsight, when you look backwards and you say, well, why didn't that happen? Why didn't that happen? If only you had looked on the board's website, all of this could have been avoided. Ladies and gentlemen, we understand that. And she's not run away from that, but we've never denied that. But what I think has happened today is there has been this attempt to paint her as this really bad person who is unreliable and not a good pharmacist and doesn't keep good records, even though the record keeping is not part of anything she's been charged with. And unlike Keith Dixon, she's here today. She's here to answer these questions. She's here in front of you. He wasn't. She is. She's here to stand in, and she's taken your questions. She's taken Ms. Vale's questions. She's tried to explain what happened. I want to just impress upon y'all, again, no one is saying that she didn't stray from the path. She has admitted she strayed from the path. What we've tried to demonstrate to all of you, though, is she was pushed from the path. Now, does that make her completely unresponsible? Absolutely not. And I will tell you, I'll just go ahead and tell you now, she recognizes that there's going to be discipline for this. She recognizes that she must face that discipline for that. And so she is prepared to face the discipline. What I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, as you sit here today, and you have a ton of discretion in the statutes that give you the power to make these rulings, is that you not punish her. And when I say that, certainly discipline, but punishment, if you can avoid that. There was no patient harm. There were no patient complaints. There are no proof, let alone allegations of medication error. And I want to pick up on something that Dr. Jolly brought out in February 7th, and I'm not saying it's an excuse, but I think it should be considered. This is not a guy who stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night and thinks he's a pharmacist. This is a guy who had years and years working in a pharmacy, years and years working with her in a pharmacy, who went to pharmacy school. He graduated from an accredited pharmacy school, and he didn't pass his NAPLEX, and he never told her about it. Now, I just want all that to be there again for context. And I recognize I can get beat down but he wasn't licensed. Why didn't she call? Why didn't she get online and look? We understand that, and she's here to make amends for that. But this over the top, take her license or preclude her from being a PIC, I want you all to know the devastating impact that would have on her family, the people that work in her pharmacy, but more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are here for the patients, and you serve a very high and noble duty in doing that. So why don't we hear from the patients? Let's see what the patients think about the medicine shop. So if you would, I'm just going to pull a few selected snippets out of Exhibit 2, which are these letters, and I'm not going to focus on the professional people that have written in on her behalf. I'm just going to read you some snippets from each one of these letters, and I suspect that by the end of this, each one of you would be so proud to have your patients saying this about your pharmacy. And I'm reading right now from Kathy Stevens. She said, "We realized that this was a unique small business. It was a hometown environment where you can ask questions, discuss medications, and feel comfortable." By the way, I think this is the wife, Mr. Stevens, who just testified. She says, "These people are easy to talk to about the prescriptions, dependable, outgoing, and able to make your concerns and anxiety lessen. Her and the staff we know are friendly, provide open communications, follow up on concerns, and have never been less than professional. We trust this pharmacy and have never experienced any problems, never had concerns, or had anyone tell us anything that was negative or raised any concerns or many concerns." The next one is from a gentleman named David Schlacklin. And I've got to read a lot of this one because I think it hits home. He says, "I have been a satisfied customer of the medicine shop and pharmacist Christy Barr for at least 20 years. During that time, I found Chrissy and her employees to be nothing less than courteous, professional, knowledgeable, and friendly. I have always noticed she greets customers as they enter the pharmacy and will always make time to speak in private should a personal question arise regarding an illness or medication. About 4 years ago, my wife of 36 years, unexpected, passed away. Chrissy showed genuine concern about my mental and physical well-being as she knew how much I adored my wife. She would always ask when I came to pick up my medications how I was doing. She made sure I had a number to contact her if I needed to talk to someone. To this, I will always be grateful." Ladies and gentlemen, there are several more that I could read for, and I know you've been here and you've heard from it, but I've got one left, and I will cut to the chase. This is from a lady named Yvonne Morgan. And again, I invite all of you to read Exhibit 2, but I know you're busy, and that's why I'm pointing these out. "My mother had a health issue that she was attempting to identify and resolve with her physician over years of treatment, symptom by symptom, with no improvement. During a catch-up visit for the three of us, there was something that about a portion of the conversation, open print, very defeated in mood after years of trial and error with her ailments, close print, that got more of Chrissy's attention. Chrissy inquired about her medication, dosage, and frequency, and then got busy researching, mapping out how each was or was not working. Together and educating my mother. Based on the research result, Christy pointed out a simple time of day adjustment for one of the two medications and suggested she go back to her physician and obtain a replacement prescription for another same medication, but without a specific ingredient, and offered to consult with the physician if needed. Fortunately, this short story has a happy conclusion due to Chrissy's expertise, working within her boundaries and making a positive difference." Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, she was wrong. She has admitted she was wrong. She dropped the ball, but it was a mistake. She made a mistake. All this other stuff you've heard about today, trying to paint her as a horrible person and untrustworthy and a liar, and it's all belied by these records here. The people who matter, the people you're here for, the patients. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I recognize this is not something you see every day. I recognize that this could have been really bad, but it wasn't. It was bad in that an unlicensed pharmacist was working. But as I said, she strayed from the path because she was pushed. She's willing to accept responsibility, and just by way of guidance, our thought is that she, and you would ask me, Mr. Simpson, are we talking about the pharmacy different than the pharmacist in charge? What I recommend, ladies and gentlemen, is a fine for Chrissy as the pharmacist in charge in the amount of $5,000. Further recommend a second fine to the medicine shop in the amount of $5,000. But ladies and gentlemen, we need to keep these doors open, and we need to keep this pharmacist in that pharmacy. It's not only for her family, but it is for the community that she serves. It's for those interns who come through. She's provided excellent service to them. She provides excellent service to her patients. And we believe she makes the community better, and that her and the pharmacy are a community asset. And with that, we humbly request you show grace within the discretion that you have and allow her to keep doing what she's doing.
I do a rebuttal.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Singleton. Go ahead, Ms. Bells.
I don't know exactly what council means by strayed from the path because she was pushed. You can make of that what you want. It's a matter of negligence, and there has to be consequences for that. It needs to be meaningful consequences. So, I'm not sure if $5,000 would be enough to get her attention. I'm not gonna throw a number out there, but, there are some things that if the board sees fit to continue her as a pick, that we would request. A couple of those would be additional CE, retake the law exam, meaningful probation supervised by board staff. We would ask that she not have any interns in her pharmacy. And we would like to go back because Dr. Holland didn't get to really do an investigation or an inspection. So we would ask for an accuracy audit. If you want her, if you feel that's appropriate for her to continue serving the patients of North Little Rock. I'm not sure it is, but that's your decision, not mine.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Board members, I'm going to call the evidentiary record to a close at this point. The board's going to go ahead and go off the record. They'll deliberate. They'll come back on the record and announce their decision with a motion and vote. Board members, do you understand what your potential options are here? I mean, I believe there are how many different charges, Ms. Mills, Mr. Singleton? Are there 8 different charges, I think? 8 or 9? So under each charge, what I understand, they could do nothing, they could suspend, they could revoke. What's the fine per charge potentially?
I mean, it's up to $1,000 per charge.
Per charge,
Yes.
$1,000 per charge.
And other options available as well if you didn't want to do a
What
monetary.
you just
Yeah.
elaborated on in terms of additional continuing education and things of that nature.
Yes.
Board members, I'm jumping ahead in terms of, I bet you have questions in terms of options.
I have a question for staff.
Sure, sure.
Is it board staff's opinion that negligence or whatever was intentional or malicious?
I can answer for me. I do not believe that it was malicious, no.
Mr. Morton, before we go off the record, we're going to have a couple of comfort break.
Oh, yeah, we'll go off the record, take a break. Why don't we go off the record, board members, however much time you need, 10 minutes, and then you come back and do your deliberations. Is that
Okay.
sufficient?
Yep.
All right, we're off the record.
sorry, one more off the record. Still turn our mics on though, when we're off the record? Okay. Okay, we've got a lot to discuss here. One of the things we are probably gonna have to do is go through the allegations.
Yep.
Before we do that, I wanted to get your thoughts on, do we just need to discuss an overall, just have an overall discussion about what our action is gonna be?
Yeah.
Okay,
I want to make a suggestion if I may.
okay,
I think we've had sufficient things admitted to, sufficient violations admitted to, that we ought to look at the question, given those things that have been admitted, what, if anything, is an appropriate punishment? And then if that's insufficient to deal with any extra stuff that wasn't admitted to, like some of the time periods and such, we can go into that. But it may be that with what's been admitted, there's no punishment appropriate, but it seems to me that's an easy place for us to start, or an easier place, let's say, to start.
okay, to just talk about, is there cause for disciplinary action or not? You said
Well,
punishment.
based on what's been admitted to, I don't think we need to argue, was it 200 records or 100 records? I think we've got enough to form the basis of some action. And given that, what's, if anything, is an appropriate action for us to take?
Okay. It seems like a lot of times the discussion starts around, does this need to be disciplinary? That's something that we would have to discuss. If it is going to be disciplinary, will there be a fine? If there is fine, will there also be continuing education? We have to discuss the PIC status. So I guess we can start anywhere, but I'll just throw out, let's start with disciplinary versus non-disciplinary. Thoughts around that? Or if someone has something they want to structure, that's fine too.
Should we start with, are we discussing taking her license or the store's license or any of that? Are we just gonna get
Well, we
focused
start with
on?
each one and each person kind of throw it out there, what they think.
Okay.
Then we'll go
Yeah.
from
Are
there.
you guys okay if I just go around the table?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like I always start down here, Clint,
That's
so
fine.
I'll start over here.
So, for me looking at it, I don't see any intent. And I go back to the phone call specifically that was recorded and played previously where we heard Keith, tell Dr. McCready that he was a pharmacist, and he paused there. So I know that he knew that wasn't truthful, but he still said it anyways. And so when I look at it, I don't see that Dr. Barr did this on purpose. I think that had she known, there's no way that she would have let him in the store. And I look at that as not as an individual event. I know it stretched out a lot further, but it was a lapse in judgment around one thing, which was verifying licenses. So I don't think it rises to the level of taking a license away personally.
Okay, I don't see taking the license, but whatever, I would write a notice to the Board of Pharmacy, whether it be a pharmacist or a technician. I always include, their license number. And that's something that you do as a PIC, you include that license number. And I noticed that there was an absence of her putting the employee's license number on, but she had her license number. So to me, something was off right there.
Where was that from?
That was from her letter from June of 22. Stating that he was an employee, but you always put the license number of the person.
If she put one on there,
Hers.
if she would have put his on there that day, it would have been an intern license that
Yeah.
would have been active.
Yeah, but still, like I
Right.
say, for as a technician, whoever they are, you always put the license number with the name. So let's see what everybody else has to say.
Okay.
Because they're, we all got to form a decision.
Okay, I do not think there was any intent. I think it was a very, very, very bad mistake, misjudgment. But I feel like our role, I feel bad for her. I was an independent pharmacist and I was chain pharmacist and I feel very bad for her. But I do feel like our obligation is to the public. There's no way we could let this go just as a non-disciplinary. I mean, it's bad, it's wrong. Not intended, of course, I don't feel like that. But I think it has to be disciplined and I think I think we have to be really cautious because our charge is the public.
Thank you. Lynn?
I too, don't believe that she intended to allow, the boy to operate by himself, without a pharmacist license. I think that, she was conned into thinking that, he was, if not licensed, legit in what he was doing, albeit mistaken. But I don't think that she was doing it circumvent the system, I have a problem with discipline versus non-discipline when it comes to independent because it affects things at a greater rate. And I think that with disciplinary, generally there is intent to do wrong. I mean, you wanted to do wrong. So I think that constitutes something that's probably more of a disciplinary action than not. Like what the Dixon boy did would be definitely disciplinary. He intended to do what he did. He wanted to do that. He planned it out. But this person did not. She is a result of his con, if you will. I do think that in lieu of any fines that we come up with, we need to keep in mind that there's probably going to be more outside of our purview. But I do not see or feel like taking her license or the pharmacy's license or the PIC license. And as far as harm to the public, it seems that the public that she serves showed up and had great support. So the greater public, as in, we don't want another pharmacist to do this and protect the public that they serve. I can understand that, but the public that this lady serves seems to be well taken care of and appreciated. So I don't have any evidence to constitute otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Ronnie?
I agree that her actions were not intentional. But you don't have to be intentional to be negligent. You can be negligent in dispensing a Coumadin prescription and intend to dispense 1 milligram and dispense 10 milligram, of which there can potentially be significant consequences. So while I don't believe she was intentional, I do believe that she was negligent in her duty to fulfill the role of the PSE. I disagree with my esteemed friend here, who we are friends, Dr. Kraus. She was not conned. She simply didn't do her job. Therefore, I believe there does have to be discipline. Now, I don't think I disagree with respondents' counsel that no one here is disparaging her character at all. Nobody, I don't think anybody here believed that she lied. I don't think anybody believed that she was untrustworthy. I used her word of trust issues simply to characterize steps that we take that are responsibilities of PSE that we do not because we trust people, but because that's what we do. We have things that we must do to make sure the systems are in place And if you don't follow those processes, that's where problems happen. So being disciplinary, I also think there should be a significant fine. I don't think $5,000 is going to make a difference. But importantly, I also think that there are other tangible things that we do need to consider. And Ms. Bales mentioned many of those. I won't iterate them now, but that's generally my opinion.
Trust but verify.
Sure.
Got to do the verification part. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everyone. So I did read a lot of her letters of recommendation. I know a lot of the people that wrote them personally. I've worked with a lot of them. I trust them and they were really glowing. So I don't think there's any question of her character. It also sounds like she's a really fantastic pharmacist and takes really stellar care of her patients. That said, it does seem that some pretty basic PIC duties would have prevented this. And so to me, that is where, and if it were just like a month or two, that would be one thing, but over the course of over a year, that's like a really long extended period to have such record keeping issues. So I think that I lived in Park Hill for 15 years. I love Park Hill. I think that, you know, the community would be hurt if she weren't there. But I am not sure on the PIC part, if there's just at least a law review at minimum to keep PIC, I think, but I don't know. I'll defer to y'all on that, but I do think that the PIC part needs to be a focus.
I think this is a disciplinary matter as opposed to non-disciplinary. As far as a fine goes, I think because of our, is it $1,000 per violation limitation, we've got to tie whatever fine we do above $1,000 to days or patients or something. And I think if, you know, my memory is not as good as it used to be, but I think our precedent, it is tying that to a certain amount per file or claim.
It was $1,000 per incident, is what he was saying.
Well, I mean, I guess we've got to decide how many incidents that we're talking
Over
about.
8,000.
Yeah, there'd be thousands and thousands. That's why we're.
Oh, but it doesn't, yeah, but it doesn't,
Going with the.
it doesn't have to be $1,000 times that. It could be a lesser amount, which I think is what our precedent was in order to arrive at what we think is an appropriate amount. I'm with you that I'm more concerned about how the trust but verify situation, how we take an action that will make sure this doesn't happen again. I think that's the first thing that we've got to be able to accomplish by all of this. And, you know, whether that's some kind of probation, whether it's
Probation might could do that.
whether it's a limitation on a temporary limitation on service as a PIC or requirements placed on being a PIC, I don't know. You all are the experts in that. But I think that, yes, that's what I think.
The PIC has to be there almost all week. I'm sure, I know it's some number, but
32.
they almost have to be there the whole week. And to be honest,
Yeah.
an independent cannot hire another pharmacist to come in and be there 32 hours a week out of a 50-hour week.
And it's hard to say you're the PIC, but with the exception of this or that or whatever, you're either are or you aren't the PIC.
We
Well-
could go back and see if everybody agrees to keep their PIC, but then we could decide what else could there be. I don't know. Everybody may want her to be or may not want her to be.
I would say, remain a PIC, but, be a PIC on probation. That way she can maintain
My
her store.
recommendation.
Which I think you have to be careful what you mean by probation. One of the things that won't work is to say if you do something inappropriate, you automatically lose something. Because the automatically lose is what's going to bring us back to another hearing and another decision that we have to make. You know, we can't have an automatic, if this happens, then you automatically lose that. So it seems to me probation has to be more of an early warning type system to us that puts us in a posture to take whatever additional action is appropriate.
What if we do the pick test again?
Actually, I think that's kind of a given, but that's just a point in time. It's, I think that perhaps maybe a better approach is a mentoring. And I mean, maybe she finds a way to go be mentored somewhere else by another pick for a period of time.
Mentor. Please. Towards what?
As a pick, regarding pick responsibility. I mean, retaking the law exam, that's a point in time. Retaking the pick exam, I think, is a given, but that's a point in time. I mean, at some point, she
Well,
did
what I'm
both of
saying is
those.
let her review the responsibilities of the pick to make sure that she does.
Well, presumably to be the pick, she did that at some point in time.
I agree, but we have people take Naplex over and they take it that.
You what now?
We've had people take the Naplex over and that was a point in time.
All tests.
The only reason you take a Naplex over is if you failed it the first time.
You know, we've had that here as a discipline.
Taking a Naplex.
Yes, sir. We've had people go back and take Naplex.
Okay, but that's a clinical issue. That Naplex does not cover,
Much.
doesn't cover law issues related to the legal responsibility of PSC.
But my point is, okay, that's fine. All I'm saying is that when she walks out of here, we're sure she knows what to do as a pick. That's why I would say let her review the pick stuff. Now, if you want to punish her with something else, that's fine, but we need to know that she at least knows when she leaves out of here what to do as a pick.
I agree.
I think Harold's right. I don't think we say on probation, and if she messes anything up, she's automatically loses her license. Probation to me would be help instill, do double check everything. And I feel like she typically believes she's that kind of individual that she does. Let this one slide, but if you're under a certain window of time that you really need to focus on your business and what you're running and the people working for you, and we know she does, the public, we just focus her on really be careful for two years. We're not saying we're gonna take it away immediately. We're saying there's heightened awareness during these 2 years.
Somebody's looking over your shoulder.
Possibly reports, I know Rodney, Dr. Richmond likes this, but possibly reports what you worked on per quarter or something like that while you're on probation. Something to prove that, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, what changes you're making in your practice, that type of thing.
So, well, I'm liking this idea because that way she becomes her own mentor. And so take the pick responsibilities, or the regulations, and once a month, do a assessment in her own store of how am I meeting or how am I failing to meet the regulations as it relates to A, B, or C? And put that in a written write-up to the board, just for the staff to receive as evidence that she is assessing her responsibilities as PIC in the pharmacy. Because otherwise, I agree, you can't put her on probation. You can't take away the PIC because who's going to do it? And we've got enough problems with pharmacies closing. So, I mean, we can't create, that would create a bigger problem.
You think monthly or quarterly?
Monthly.
Could we? I know when inspectors go in to inspect a store, I know they're also assessing PIC type things, but could we do an assessment of her as a follow-up, like a directed PIC inspection to make sure she's doing everything she's supposed to be doing?
And it could be an extension of the inspection that was started by Brandon, and it could be Brandon, and it could be an opportunity for her to learn from him as the inspector.
What would that look like? Would that be at various points in time for X number of?
Maybe a follow-up to this initial, and then at the end of what we might consider to be a probationary period, whatever period that we're looking for her to be mentored, which this went on for a year, perhaps we let that go for a year. And that for a year, she do monthly assessments and write-ups and along with continuing education, demonstrate evidence that she understands how the pharmacy is to operate from a PSC perspective. And in that case, then Dr. Holland could go in as a follow-up to this investigation that brought us here today. And then at the end of the period, maybe go in again, so that it's not a super frequent thing, but that it be bookended in a meaningful way.
I believe, I'm sorry, I believe as you're developing and looking through your PIC responsibilities and putting this down on paper, very well may be there are lack of policies and procedures at this location. If one individual is trying to do everything and remember everything and be in charge of everything, there might need to be some policies and procedures. Like, she's made one, you're gonna write your license down for a month if you work there, but there may be additional checkpoints as she looks at the PIC responsibilities that she could develop something that would help her.
And that would be part of our monthly reporting back to the board.
And I just want to be clear that I don't think it's the board staff's responsibility to serve as a consultant.
I agree.
I think it's her responsibility to review the PIC responsibilities and
Right.
come up with an action plan around any self-identified deficiencies.
I would agree.
And then we can ask them to do a targeted inspection around those PIC responsibilities at X point in time, bookended or whatever. But it's not Brandon's responsibility to go in and fix everything.
Agree.
Okay.
So are we saying that part of this would be to go through the law book and identify everything that falls
Absolutely.
under?
I think retaking the PIC exam and then directing her to go to the law book and note those specific PIC
It would be a useful
responsibilities.
document to have
It makes
just
it
in
better, make her
general.
better, make pharmacy better.
She basically has to do a gap analysis of where she may not be, where she's at with her current PIC responsibilities, I guess is where I'm trying to come to.
If we do this over a year period, then let there be 24 hours of continuing education on law, 2 hours a month associated with her assessment inside the store.
That much-
It becomes meaningful.
They're that much law, CE, Arkansas.
I don't know.
Not just Arkansas pharmacy law, but I mean, I think law in general, controlled substances, I mean, it could be a number of things.
Okay, so I'm hearing, I'm sorry, I'm leaning this way. and,
I'm looking over your shoulder. I got it right here. Okay.
I'm hearing disciplinary. And I'm hearing CE requirements, retake the PIC exam, review the PIC requirements in the Arkansas law book, do a gap analysis and a monthly report out to the board. You have Brandon go in, I don't know at what point in time, do an assessment of where she's at, maybe 3 months, I don't know from today. And then again, at the end of a probationary period. What I've heard so far, am I missing
And the
anything?
only other thing that, I think Ms. Bales had mentioned this is, do we want interns going in there and learning? I mean, it may actually be useful to have them during this active period of time that she's doing these things. As opposed to not. What's that? I wasn't looking whether they're pleasurable.
You know what I'm saying? You almost
Disagree.
I think she needs to focus on her and her learning and not worry about the intern. I
Yeah, I-
believe interns need to go into pharmacies, but I think right now she needs to focus on her. That would be my.
Yeah, I will,
How about no interns during the probationary period?
Yeah.
Then, once that's done, then she will have more knowledge and have it documented as to what not to do. And that would be a teaching moment for her. She won't begin that from anybody. I mean, they won't begin from us.
It's extra work.
It is extra work. It is not easy.
So it's better for her.
if she has interns booked for the year, I'm just pointing out that, you know, those schedules are usually set in advance and, you know, now some of those students are going to have to scramble to find another rotation side. Now, if that's what you
We have to
guys.
go back on record just to ask her if she has
Just
any.
ask her if she's
Can I
got-
say it informally? She doesn't have any set for next year.
My last one.
That is.
We can, well, do we want to, you want to go back and work it now and then come back off, or do you want to finish?
No, we can wait.
Well, finish, it doesn't matter, we just got one.
Let's finish this, yeah.
Or what would you like to
Down
do?
to the-
We'll stay staff.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. My
Yeah,
apologies.
that's fine.
Okay. We still need to talk about a fine.
Yeah, I want to ask a question about that.
Um,
There was some commentary that was made that said that as a result of prescriptions being filled by somebody that wasn't licensed, that was going to result in an insurance payback. Can somebody explain that to me? I don't.
Just in, I don't know her situation, but typically, if anything is not legal, those are illegally filled prescriptions. If he was there by himself and he was not licensed, every single prescription he touched is illegal. So insurance will come back and get every one of those, every bit of that money back, which
Let's don't even go to the DEA.
most people try to pay that back on the front side before the insurance comes to them. So they don't have to maybe have a case, but those are every prescription he touched by himself, which are gonna be hard for her to prove what he did and didn't do because she might have been there, she might have been up front, she might have been at the bathroom, she might have been here, but she was there, you know, all that's gonna be really hard to figure out how much to pay back, but the typical thing is you would have to pay back any monies that were.
Well, then the DEA can fine you up to $10,000.
Yeah, and I think that's all outside of our.
Yeah, I don't want
So, I
to.
mean,
The reason I'm thinking about that is it would seem to me that if we're going to have a fine, we have to tie it to the $1,000 per whatever kind of a thing. And I think it ought to be an amount that if we're looking at what does it relate to? It seems to me it would be an amount that basically would relate to our investigative expenses and putting the hearing and such together. That would be, if that, I'm not even advocating.
We might have to go back on the record to talk to Ms. Bales about this, but.
Yeah.
I mean, could you not, I mean, there's been admission
Yeah.
today that there were 20 days that he worked by himself. Now, you could come up with a fine and divide it by those days. Now, I don't know that it has to be,
But that's not what our records reflect. Our records
Depends on
reflect
whether-
66.
That's what's the most confusing part. I don't know how we base it on any, we haven't landed on any solid number.
Wait, technically, we have to plan.
that's what I'm saying. If you,
16, 2 plus 4, it's 22. 22 days that even by her own admission, that's work.
right.
Wonder if this, let's get the, we'd have to ask Michelle to get if it gets the kill.
22 days at
Are we
$500 a
taking
day.
her record versus our record?
I
I
would
don't think
look
that's
at it
right.
like, what do you think the total fine should be? And then as long as you're not above $1,000, and I'm not in any way saying it needs to be $1,000. I'm saying whatever your total amount is divided by whatever your numerator is going to be, as long as it's not over 1,000, it could be, you know,
Well,
$362.14. I'm saying, you know, you just,
22 days at $500 a day would be what, 11?
Or we could
11,000.
say it was a year and a half. So a year and a half every month was without. I'm worried about accepting her record just because she dug through and put it all, and she figured out a record. That's not the record, and Dr. Richmond explained that very carefully. The record is the record. Our record claims 6 days and, all those other things. I feel like we can't just say, well, let's just use her number.
What you don't want to do though, you don't want to pick a time period that can be attacked on appeal and therefore knock out a percentage of what
That
you're.
was my thought is,
That's
that's
why
been
you,
disputed today. We've had a lot of discussion around number of days and by virtue of that, you're also going to have disputes potentially on what those number of prescriptions were and
right.
do you open up?
But isn't that legally, that logbook is the legal record, correct? That was always my understanding.
The prescription record from the computer that spits out that's the official.
But that's been,
Well, if you go back to the daily RX log,
Even the
it
one that
conflicts
signed.
with the bound log. And so I
Right.
think we've got to go back to kind of to me, the board staff, they put that together. It's done well. That's the only signature that I saw of his in anything was in that, not in the bound book. And so I think that with the discrepancy there, it's hard to trust either one. And so to me, I go back to what the board put together and did. Either way it is, it's hard to believe, and I don't know which one to go off of. And so that's why.
that's
I
the
got
most
it's hard.
legal.
And
Me,
when
that's
they
the
went
one
out
that's
and
signature.
inspected every other pharmacy and they would come back with their records, we don't go say, well, let's put it all out and figure out a new record. I mean, the record is just, unfortunately, the record is.
And another thing that happens, and we all know this, is when you get another licensed pharmacist in your store, or you believe them to be licensed, the tendency is for the boss to take a little bit more time off, not to be there every day. So, it's the nature of how things are in pharmacy. We have to take that into consideration.
The question is, would you be, let's just take $10,000, for example. If we're gonna have a fine, is $10,000 too much or too little or okay? I mean, I think that's how you have to look at it. And then what's the most simple way of arriving at that number that we can justify legitimately?
So you 10,000 total or
Yeah.
10 for the
I'm
pharmacist?
I'm not suggesting, I'm just picking that as a number out of the air.
Pick a number.
Yeah.
Is that a one-time lump sum or are you saying
Yeah.
for each? The pharmacist and the
For
pharmacy?
instance, if you took 22 days and you imposed a fine of $500 for each of those days, you'd have $11,000 if I'm multiplying correctly.
I'm taking it from Brandon's record of 66 days or whatever it was. To take it down to 20 pages. Because that's what he said.
And I understand that, but you understand that if they attack and say there's a problem with the 62 days on appeal, that we didn't prove that in some way or other, then you end up knocking out that portion of the fine.
Can we add that to an on the record question?
Yeah, and it's actually 61 days in allegation 14. Well, let me read that. By himself without a licensed pharmacist present.
Can we talk, well, can we just talk about what a fine we want it to be and then go off the record and decide how we,
Well,
Go back on the record.
yeah, and then go, well, I'm saying while we're off the record, we can decide a fine now of what we want it to be and then
And we can go on the
go
record
off
and
the
decide
record and
what's
figure out how
based
to.
on.
Well, they offered 10. Do you think that's accurate?
So I feel a little torn only because it sounds small to me as far as like, hey, this doesn't need to happen again. However, I also don't want to break the pharmacy. And that's something community-wise to consider in my mind, because if she does have all of these other insurance and DEA and et cetera, et cetera.
Well, they're not gonna feel sorry for her.
Right, right. But I don't want the pharmacy to not be able to, I don't want it to, you know.
It was obviously serving a need. Obviously serving a need.
For sure.
I still don't think, still don't think she did any of this intentionally. She didn't hire the board without a license to work intentionally.
I mean, but we've moved beyond.
Okay, so
When you talk about negligence, you usually there's somebody that got fooled into making a mistake.
well, I
Well, no.
don't think that's the legal definition of negligence.
Do you know that it's legal definition?
I did at one point, and I know that you don't have to be.
I think there's a difference between willful negligence.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like
Because when I think
intentional.
about that negligence, I think, well, you knew about something, but you neglected to do that.
I think negligence is more defined as, are you following what you should have done?
Yeah,
Because you know what you should have done.
First, there has to be a defined duty.
Yes,
Then there has to be each of that duty.
but you knew about that, did you?
Okay, you knew what the duty was. Just because there was a breach of duty doesn't mean it was intentional. You could accidentally put the wrong drug in a bottle, not intentionally do it, and that'd be negligence.
We got lawyers
Negligence
here.
does
We can
not-
probably-
I mean, if you intentionally did something.
That's
that goes
right.
wrong,
Yeah.
Then that's willful
Yeah.
negligence.
Negligence is merely a breach of duty.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. I don't think she knew.
Well, I think she should have.
But do you think she knew? I know you think she should have known. I think she should have known. We all
I
think
think,
she
I
should
think
have
we've
known.
moved beyond
That's the
that.
point. I don't, okay, yeah, it's not, I don't think the point is, did she know? I think we all agree, she trusted his word, she thought he was licensed. I think the question is based on her responsibilities as the permit holder and the PIC, is that acceptable? From a pharmacy practice standpoint, and it's not. There's, I mean, there's,
Does someone have a number that they feel strongly about? Have we gotten there?
Yeah, really.
okay,
I don't. Just asking.
well,
So-
they,
Have any other number in mind?
I'm open to. Let's think on that. I go back with Beth Ann is that you don't want to do something so big that it
Right.
breaks them, but you want to do something that's significant. And if we need to know if we need to tie that, then we can ask that question and then come back to it, but.
The significance here is
And the probation.
and the
I think
probation,
that
that's
is,
not the money.
that is more
Money's
than the
not gonna
money.
fix it.
I agree with that.
And I agree with that. I just don't think you want to create a precedent of having a violation like this not carry a fine.
I agree.
I don't think we have a precedent.
I think we're making a precedent
Setting
by
a
doing
precedent.
yes, sir, yeah. So the starting point is $10,000. And I say that starting point because that was mentioned
Right.
by her counsel in closing arguments. So can we just start with, is that enough?
You mean in total still?
Yeah,
I wonder if 10 per,
And what?
like 10 for her, 10 for the pharmacy. That doesn't seem enormous to me, but I could,
Seems like the responsibility to pick was even more. No, but
oh.
the
that's
other
interesting.
thing I would say is we have to be really careful about just because there hasn't been a reported incident or one that she has told us about, that doesn't mean that there wasn't public harm. So we can't just sit here and say, nobody was harmed, it's no big deal, let's not move forward. We don't know that.
But we
So-
can't punish her like it was.
No, we cannot, but we can't just say that no public harm, therefore we'll only.
That we know of. No evidence of it.
You're talking about investigative costs on top of that?
those are typically non-disciplinary, aren't they?
What?
Investigative costs? We may have to go back on the record
Well,
and ask
if
that,
we
but
wouldn't do it as just investigative costs.
I don't see a reason to add investigative costs. I mean, I think we ought to consider what the fine's gonna be on the PIC and the permit holder. When I say total, I was talking, what's,
Well,
What's
I'm
the
sure
structure of
meetings
that look
we
like?
did add investigative costs. So we can either do it or not do it, but there was a substantial amount of time used in this case.
Out line by line.
So we have to think seriously about.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna cap it a certain dollar amount, you know, what do you do then? Do you lower the amount of fine that you're doing on the two licenses to account for the investigative costs? It just seems like we're gonna swap money.
We haven't heard investigative costs.
Huh?
I'm for 10,000. I don't care how you slice.
Okay.
So the
Man,
each one for the, pharmacy and then one for.
I'm sorry, 20 total. One for the pharmacist, one for the permit.
Okay.
That's good. That's the, yeah,
I
yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay.
So what's your number?
Yeah,
Okay. That's what you said, right?
We need to go through the allegations.
Yeah, I think it depends on which way you want to go. Do you want to approve all of the allegations and run the risk that they can be challenged independently? Or do you want to make findings that mirror the allegations that were admitted to? I think you got a choice to make.
Exactly.
21 allegations. No, yeah, 22. And the numbers are kind of messed up on the order of notice of hearing. There's 8 charges.
Yeah, I read them, but I didn't.
Well, let's just go through the allegations and decide which ones we're gonna find.
Okay. So allegation 1. That's true. I think allegation 2 is true. 3 is true. 4. There's 2 3s here. 4 is true.
So what
I'm
about?
sorry. I'm gonna, the first 3 is true, the second 3 is true.
False.
Number 4 is true, number 5 is true.
8-3, she didn't hire, oh, she did hire him as a pharmacy intern. Okay. I'm sorry.
4 was.
6, 4 was true.
Wait, the second 3 only has a 3-month period on it. Am I missing something?
Yeah,
That
because he was
was
an
the only
intern.
the time.
Yes, I was saying a graduate. Just an intern. After that, he was classified as an
June
extern.
first letter said he was being hired as a pharmacist.
Sure did.
Yeah, and that was June 1st of 22, right?
Right.
Which one are y'all on, the first 3 or the second
Second
3?
3. I'm just not sure that it's actually true.
Given what we're doing, does any of the internship stuff matter? Aren't we all talking about when he wasn't a pharmacist?
Yes. We just have to say what we think about this, right?
Yes.
Well, I would venture to say in Brandon's record, I would. No, I don't know. Unless we talk to Brandon.
Technically hire him as an intern. I mean, at one point, it was acknowledged that he was an intern. He might not have been hired in the door as an intern. He might have started off as a tech, but he was employed as an intern. I think we had testimony to that.
Yeah.
Oh, for
We'd
sure.
not Be evaluating whether the charges are proven.
Yeah.
The charges, not the allegations, but the charges.
Oh, that's not,
Okay.
can we just do that?
That's a lot easier.
Well, it's a good place to start. It's a good idea, Ronnie.
Okay.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 3, and 4. As
Are
per,
we still on allegations?
No, we
No,
moved
no,
the
we're back
charges.
to charges.
Left you in the dust,
Let's
man.
just fun little excursion.
it's allegations, yeah. Are we on charges or allegations?
Or just
charges.
At least for a minute.
I thought you wanted to go to charges.
I'm with you.
That was
Oh, no,
Rodney.
that was you.
I think charge 1 is true.
Not that old.
Is everybody with me on this?
Yes, that's great.
Charge 1. Charge 2 is true. Or proven, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Charge 3 is proven. Charge 4 is, it says is grounds. That's proven.
Didn't take it to.
Fire and bars allowance.
Charge 5 is proven. Charge 6 is proven. I'm not making the call here. I'm just throwing it out there for comment.
6-8776.
Oh, that's
That's all the prescriptions.
Oh. Oh, I see what that means now. There's 8,778.
It's charges 6 through
Okay.
8,776.
Well, it's still proven.
Well, it gets into the issue there of on appeal. I think that's what Harold was saying. If you tie that back to each individual prescription.
Yeah, but you don't go into a trial thinking about appeal. You go ahead and make a decision on the evidence and facts that we have.
If I understand, we basically say all 8 have been proven, is that?
It's actually 8,778 charges.
Oh, okay, right. If, I agree with that. I would suggest, as we've done in a previous case, that we put the caveat that any one of those charges individually and of itself are sufficient to justify the action that we take.
Okay. That probably means you're gonna make the motion, Harold. Because I don't know. I don't know if I can make a motion.
I can do that part. It's the part about all of the probation stuff that you've got a much better handle on than me.
I can't make a motion.
Can we do a two-part motion?
Can you pass your notes down?
I didn't take that many.
I'll start.
Let's do it. Let's say it and I'll write it down.
We're all proven. I guess we have to go back to
So we got
allegations.
probation
Do
for.
we have to do allocations? That's a requirement
Uh,
to go
We
through
need
each
to
one?
say something
Okay.
about it.
So are we in agreement that all 8,778 charges have been proven?
I think
Okay.
so, yeah.
So can we go back and can we verbalize the motion?
He's got the motion stuff written down. I think.
Sorry to lean on you, but
So we have retake the PIC exam, 24 hours continuing education, no interns for a year. Are we going to call this probationary period? Yeah, Harold had concern, what if we call it an
All right.
evaluation period?
That's okay. It's what
Probation
happens,
does-
yeah, it's what happens if probation's
Okay.
violated. That's the potential problem.
Okay. And a monthly report to the board regarding plans that she has implemented in her pharmacy or.
Second.
Right.
okay, well, we can. Evaluation and we're going to ask them to go in and do an evaluation.
Do what?
We're going to ask them to go in and do an evaluation. at-
Oh, yeah.
At a point in time. Like 3 months or 6 months, in 6 months. And then at the end of the probationary period.
All right, so probationary period of 12 months, during which retake of the pharmacy, the PIC logs in. 24 hours of legal continuing education, no supervision of interns. A monthly report to the board on actions taken, how we want to word that.
A report to the board on gaps identified and corrective action plan implemented.
How about we just say monthly report to the board to include such things, but not. So,
I almost feel like just a full pick duties, because otherwise, how do we know that she didn't have gaps that she just didn't identify?
and follow-up inspection, follow-up inspections by the Board of Pharmacy,
I would say 3 months and 12 months.
3 months and 12 months.
And were we saying probation for 2 years? I thought we were.
1 year. And then what kind of fine?
Lynn said
20?
Yeah,
10 on PLC.
I would say $1,000 per day for each of the days of where he was in the pharmacy. Without,
How you gonna come up with the right day?
well, the one she admitted to.
Oh.
I'll just refer to that.
Well, Harold, we could just take the total and divide it by 8,778, because we are going to state that all of those are proven, right? So we could structure it per charge, right? We've done that before. I know we've.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not real certain.
You're suggesting longer?
Probation. That I think 1 year for the report, because she would have gotten through everything. That's just my thought.
What is probation?
That's what he did. Those are the stipulations of probation that he was listing.
Heightened awareness of you
So
really need to.
the probation is, if it's 2 years, I mean, she didn't take the PIC exam for 2 years.
That'd be one thing.
24 hours a C, 2 hours a month. That's not 2 years. Take a year to do that. Oh, monthly report. Complete duties. Yeah.
So I guess what is the purpose of the
What is the purpose?
additional
of-
year?
yeah,
prob-
I
like,
mean,
what
when
is-
she
what does
does
that mean?
that, what are you doing in probation?
Because we're trying to,
Because we're gonna make her, that's gonna be what?
I think it's awareness for a length of time that makes you feel like you got something. We're not trying to overburden the price of a fine. We could do 8,000 times 1,000 each. if We really wanted to. 8,000.
So could, for the second year, could we do like, maybe she does a quarterly report? Just so there's like something happening in the second year? Since it's not a,
Yeah, I'm good with that. That's fine. I mean,
I think it's just making this.
Debbie's got concerns. She wants to be 24 months. Is there any, I mean, is there any harm or, any? No. I appreciate you not on staff.
24 months is good with me.
I'd rather her learn from it than get.
So are we gonna do a monetary fine?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you were just saying.
Well, if we did what we could do, it'd be a whole lot.
Mhm.
I don't think. Like there's a real-
Got it all?
I think so.
So the-
Let's go back to the fine thing for just a second.
Okay.
I think you're talking about, finding of fact A20, having the 8,000 in it.
Oh, you
No, the
put
charges.
C 877.
Charges.
The number of charges, the C1 through C8778.
Where do you get the 8,000 from?
Down at
It's,
what you would call number 6 and number 7.
Where,
What, right here?
C7?
so C6
Oh.
through 8,776.
Oh, that's not a typo.
I
I'm
thought
sorry.
it was a typo.
I thought it was a typo.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
So we,
I've never seen, of course, I would have hated on the list, actually, 8,778.
when we do go back on the record, we wanted to ask Ms. Fields and Dr. Kirtley, what is the most responsible way? We feel like Brandon's records are correct. So is there a concern the Herald has, is there a different way to look at it?
Maybe I'm being overly technical. I don't think I would appeal this case over a $10,000 fine.
All right.
So maybe I'm just being overly hyper technical on that.
And we'll ask when we,
Yeah.
if they
Okay.
guidance for us.
That's
I may
probably
ask the
case.
question just a little bit differently,
Yeah.
but, okay.
Especially when you divide it out, like that wouldn't be worth. You know, if they came back and actually found that there were 5,000 prescriptions versus 8,000, that's not going to be worth appealing.
Okay, are we ready to go back on the record? Okay. We have, I have a question I want to ask, council on each side. We'll go back on.
All right, back on the record, the board has a question it would like to ask council, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so just to make it official, for the upcoming year, do you have any students that are scheduled to be with you on rotation?
No, sir, I contacted the UAMS College of Pharmacy. My last student ended on May 31st and he redid the other two students just in case.
Okay,
Yes, I pre-talked to him so that I could get rid of, get those students placed somewhere else because I know what a scheduling hassle that is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess I'll just ask a general question. You guys heard the off. Is there anything with the structure of this that we're off on? Especially a lot of the discussion around what number to use to structure the disciplinary fine part.
Can I just add a little bit about how the appeal process will work? So if Dr. Barr chooses to appeal, circuit judge we will not go to circuit court and retry this case. They will look at the record, the transcript. That's why we have a court reporter here. They will look at that and determine if there is substantial evidence to support your finding. And our hearing officer will correct me if I'm incorrect. So we will not probably, they will look at what your findings are as far as the facts. So we won't probably be redoing the numbers for a circuit judge. I mean, how you want to structure it, I think you have a lot of leeway. I think Dr. Kirtley can speak to things that have happened with other cases in the past, but you do have a lot of leeway. But I didn't want you to think that you were so concerned about the numbers on appeal because it won't necessarily look like that.
Is it necessary for us to designate, like in these situations, if we come up with a disciplinary fine, do we have to justify as part of the motion, like what we're basing that on, or?
I don't think so, but I think Dr. Simpson or Mr. Simpson is, when he says his phrase, I think, is the action you take is justifiable for every charge or all of the charges. I think that language sort of covers that as best you can. I'm not so sure. I don't agree with Dr. Newsom that needs to be a big concern here today.
The only thing I would add is recognizing that we're in June and the financial year ends June 30th. You are talking about a significant amount of money. Be sure that you define that there is some time for payment. We would not expect her to write a check today or in the next couple of months. Like, give her some time for payment. So oftentimes the board would say June 30th of next year or something like that to give her time.
Is June 30th of 2025? Is that okay?
Yeah. I mean, yes. Yeah. 2025, 2026, whatever it is, so that we know.
Okay.
And if we just say the charges are true and proven and it's a $20,000 fine and she can pay it out over a year or two, we don't have to say because something had that many prescriptions. We can just call it a flat.
End of the probationary period?
That's what I think.
Is that okay? That'd be 2026.
Okay, you are on the record.
Okay.
Do you typically do payment plans?
No, we do not generally do payment plans. What we do is if you give an extended period of time, it's due by a certain date. We've had people say, I want to do a little at a time, and we basically advise, put it in your own bank account and write us a check, because otherwise it looks like you have a partial fine. It messes up the system. It's the easiest way to say it. It's much easier to say, gather the money on your time frame. Here's the due date. Before that due date, pay in full.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
For what now?
a year is, I think, a little bit more than adequate.
We need to go back off.
I think as long, however long we do probation is how long I think.
That's good because everybody's talking at once and it's been a long day. Marina's
Yeah.
probably tired and she's going to hit me.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and go off the record. Off the record.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're gonna give her 2 years probation, we might as well give her 2 years to pay it. Why not?
Why are they, what do they have to do with it? A year to pay a fine is a pretty long time.
Yeah, it is. I think a year is adequate.
I don't see what the difference is though. If she could be on probation for 2 years.
A year is adequate.
Let's just, if it's okay, just to make it easier in terms of a date, just the end of the fiscal year next year, so June 30, 2020.
For the fine.
Yeah,
For the fine.
if you guys want.
I mean, we have two parts. One is quality improvement as it relates to pharmacy practice probationary period focused on. And then the disciplinary part is the fine. Right? Just say it that way.
And I think what Ms. Fail said about the charges and C 8,000 and so forth, together with my language, I think that brings us back to just doing our standard form we could do our standard form of action, adding that little paragraph that I suggested.
Ronnie, you got that? You good?
So we can make the motion, then you could amend it.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest a one sentence amendment to it when
Okay.
you finish. it.
We ready?
Give it a whirl.
Okay. We have a
I will
motion.
try- We're back on the record.
Record,
The
yeah.
board has reached, I believe, a decision in this matter. I will go ahead and turn it over to the chair for a motion and vote, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Richmond, do you have a motion?
Okay. In the matter of Christine Barr, PD 08102 and the Medicine Shop Pharmacy AR 18562, case number 2023-173, allegations 1 through 22 having been or being true, and charges 1 through charges 8,778 being proven. The board moves with a two-part motion. One, as it relates to quality improvement of pharmacy practice and at the medicine shop and by Dr. Barr, that there be a 24-month probationary period, during which time Dr. Barr would retake the PSE law exam. There would also be during this period 24 hours of continuing education focused on legal continuing education. That there would be a limitation on no interns from the colleges of pharmacy to be precepted at the medicine shop during that period. And that as a result of the monthly efforts to identify gaps and focused on PSE duties, to write a monthly report, just simply address it to Dr. Kirtley at the Board of Pharmacy. And that there be a follow-up inspection to the findings in this case, that there'll be a follow-up at 3 months. And then again, at the end of the probationary period. Or do we want, okay, at the end of the probationary period. The disciplinary aspect would focus around a $20,000 fine that would be due and payable by the June 30th of 2025.
Thank you, Dr. Richmond. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'm going to make an amendment. Somebody else second.
I'll second.
Okay.
I have an amendment. I move that the motion be amended by adding the following sentence. Any one or grouping of charges C1 through C 8,778, comma, individually, and of itself or theirselves are sufficient to justify the entire action of the board.
Dr. Richmond, are you okay with that amendment?
I am.
Are you okay with the second? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
I will ask staff to reduce that decision on the board to writing. Make certain counsel for Dr. Barr gets a copy of it along with a cover letter that notifies her of his appeal rights. If there are any further questions or comments from the board, otherwise, thank you all very much. I call this hearing to a close.
Our full reporter and our hearing officer, thank you guys so much. We don't have any more hearings today.
If you'll go ahead and blaze the trail through, we'll follow behind you. Thank you.
you ready? You're not Dr. Trevor. So, one thing that you guys have to do is elections, this meeting every year. So we kind of generally have a progression, but that is up to you guys to decide what you want to do with that.
So we kind of talked about it informally. And so the way that historically, my understanding is, Rodney would become president. Debbie would become vice president, secretary. And then, of course, I would move into past president where Lynn's at now. So
Chair position.
Chair,
basically.
okay. Chair. Is anybody opposed to that? Is there any discussion we need to have?
I so move.
Okay, do we have a second? All those in favor? Any opposed?
All right.
Passes.
We also, I had passed out earlier so you guys could see it. I know I had a couple people that wanted me to bring up the discussion we'd started last summer where we had done some language around ratios and changing the language possibly to pharmacist to support staff ratio, which would combine interns and technicians. I understand the Arkansas Pharmacists Association has voted in favor that they agree to this as well. But I want to put this back in front of you. It also require a change in Rule 2 on intern. There's some language about you can't supervise more than one intern, so we'd have to delete that bar in Rule 2 as well. So I'm basically just asking, are you guys ready for staff to proceed in the attempt for rulemaking process on this at this time?
To be clear, by changing the title from technician to support staff, paragraphs that follow, I skimmed them, but I haven't read them in detail. There's enough sufficient detail in the verbiage that still identifies that support staff are technicians and interns.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because we put it in the parenthetical. So what you see here is the top part is where we kept trying to rewrite it. And so what I did was we're going to make this half a page longer versus the possible rewrite, which I have that highlight. The bottom part would be if we deleted everything that's in that paragraph now, retitled it and simplified it to say this instead of having all the. It says pharmacy technicians or student interns. In it under the bottom half, 03000007 sub A would be much more concise. A, B, C.
A little different than what we talked about a while back originally on this?
What we started with was wordsmithing the part you see it on the top.
Because what do we, right now,
It's right there in front of you.
3 texts with the.
Right here, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where mine is. Oh,
It's right in front of you. Right now,
Pharmacists to support
you could have
staff
3
ratio.
techs and 1 intern. But the problem is in Little Rock, there's a whole bunch of
Nobody's
people that
having
might be able to get
interns.
2 interns. Well, they could only have 1. But in Lake Village, you're not going to have any interns down there working for pay, but you could get 4
So
techs.
you have 4.
So
Okay.
the argument is it's not actually expanding the actual ratio, it's redefining it to have flexibility for the pharmacies, both around the College of Pharmacy and away from the College of Pharmacy.
Will there be any confusion when you say support staff, like a cashier? Will anybody be confused by that? I'm just asking.
C, they should not be. This ratio shall also exclude supportive personnel whose functions are not directly related to the preparation or distribution of medication. Such
Oh.
persons include but not limited to clerks, secretaries, messengers, delivery personnel.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the top section.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's, I mean, I could wordsmith the top section forever, or I could basically just rewrite what we were trying to say in the top section, which is what we kind of worked on previously to where we have a more concise rule. We don't have to split out there's a difference between hospital and community because the number's the same. It didn't make sense to just have extra words in there.
So just my last question about this, and I think this looks great. So if I've got an API intern or an IPI intern on rotation, they don't count, but if I'm paying an intern, they count in this support staff ratio.
Yes, B designates that if they're part of an experiential learning experience assigned by an ACV accredited board approved college of pharmacy, they do not count in the ratio.
But if they've graduated but not passed the NETPLEX and they're in a graduate intern status,
They also do not
They
count.
do not count. Okay.
If they fail the NAPLEX, they get that letter like you've seen a couple times that they're in extern status and they do count.
They revert back.
Yep,
Okay.
externs count. And we'll have some other minor.
Should we include that or should everybody just know that?
Could we do what?
Like on the graduate intern thing?
It's in the rule elsewhere.
Okay.
I'm taking that you guys want me to proceed now.
Do you want a motion?
It's up to you.
moved.
You're gonna do it either way, aren't
It's probably better to have a motion.
All right, we got a second. All those in favor? Any opposed?
You've done your election. We have on your tablet, so I barely kept the staff from stealing them from us. There is a header in today that says Act 575 discussion. And all I want to show you is there is a PA submission list. And it's a gigantic spreadsheet.
Yep.
And my question is, when our board and medical board previously discussed it, we discussed criteria for considering these. And one criteria was if it was over $5,000, then we could say it's over $5,000 as a cost-based issue of whether or not you could have a PA. If it was below 5,000, then it would have to give some other criteria such as risk to patients or off-label use. And what we asked for in the form was two things that I don't believe have been answered by this, but it's you guys assigning a couple people to this committee along with the medical board folks. We asked for originally the net cost of plan minus any rebates or anything else. Well, that has caused problems with PBMs or with insurance companies going, well, that could disclose confidential information. So I just said cost to the plan, which is a different number. You know, what is the overall cost of drug? Because I'm not looking up 700 drugs to see what their general cost is. The other thing is if it's criterion one, it's over $5,000. That's one thing. So two questions. If you scroll way, way down to the bottom of it, the intent is, or my intent when we were discussing this was, if it's a criterion 2A off-label use, we would expect you to say, we want to do a PA because we only want to pay for this indication, but not other indications. It's Ozempic. We only want to pay for it for diabetic patients. We will not pay for it for weight loss. All that we got on this was criterion 2A off-label use. It didn't tell us what the off-label use was or anything else. The question I have is, do you want us to push back and say, if you don't give a more specific cost, we will not consider it as a complete submission? And if you do not give an explanation of what criterion 2A or 2B specifically is, it will not be considered.
Do you have a recommendation?
I have a recommendation that I think you at least want to have some sort of generalized cost. There's a huge difference
Do the second one, don't you think?
in some of these drugs that say, I mean, if I'm looking at like baclofen, I mean, just saying it's under $5,000. Well, I mean, baclofen is cheap. Estradiol, estrogel, that's not terribly expensive. Some of these are very inexpensive drugs. I may know some of that. Our physician partners may not. So I would prefer to see a more concrete cost, even if it's not your very specific cost.
Just a less than number, like less than $100 or?
Or, I mean, NADAC is a public number.
Yeah.
If they even said, well, NADAC. Yeah, NADAC or your actual cost. We do that. But I think if you don't have the actual reason for 2A or 2B, how am I supposed to say, well, there's a safety concern on such and such drug? As a pharmacist, I don't know what their safety concern might be on some of these drugs.
When I think of safety concern, I think of REMS programs for sure. Okay, I don't want to get off on that.
I know.
So tell me again, what's your recommendation or
So
share with
like
us?
Dr. Jolly, I think you were going to be one of our reviewers, and I think at one point you said, Dr. Boone, do you consider that this is sufficient information to make a judgment call on whether or not you would approve a PA on these drugs? Scroll way down the list where you're in like the 600s and see over there on the right-hand side.
Proving the PA.
Yeah, whose PAs are, what?
The
They
Board
don't
of Pharmacy and the Board of Medicine have to approve any drugs that would be able to have a PA under this act. Yes. Unless it's a self-insured or Medicare plan, Medicaid, there's some exempted plans. Yeah.
And this is how many drugs are gonna be on there? PA?
Well, there's 700 and something on this one, on this request.
This is the list that they're saying they still want, even though it's less than the threshold.
This
They
is,
still want a PA on
they
it.
want a PA on these 700 something drugs.
Who's
That
that?
seems like a lot.
Who is that?
It's on there.
Oh,
I'm not gonna say on the record, but it's
Okay.
on there.
I would say proceed per your recommendations.
Ask them to give a specific number and you need more information
Yeah.
on anything that's less than 5,000.
Mhm.
Okay.
Need a motion?
I'm gonna tell Ms. Embry at medical board that I figured that was what was going to happen because you have to make a clinical decision
Right,
and you don't have clinical information.
right. So you okay proceeding without a motion?
Do you care what the cost is over 5,000? Like that one may be easy, but under 5,000,
It gets differentiated.
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
So I'll tell them that we need at least something like NADAC under 5,000 is what my board says.
Is anybody honoring this, by the way?
It's not effective till next year.
It's next year.
We're planning on telling them if we don't have submissions, I think the date is September 15th. Like if we don't have submissions by September, and it may be September 1st, we're going to decide a date. Then we cannot guarantee that we can get the committee to review it in a timely manner so that they have an appeal time period, which the appeal isn't with us.
Prior to
But
January
with ID.
1st.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we can't have someone go, I sent them all my drugs. I'm like, you sent them December the 20th. We can't get them reviewed. Yeah. Well, yeah, well, for this, it's for us to review it. We're talking September where we've got 3 months to finish it up.
Okay.
So I will pass that along. There is, if you go back into that folder, there is an MD complaint, a prescriber complaint. I guess this complaint is specifically on me. And it is because I know you expected that. But if you read it, this one, you can read the context of the emails and everything else, but pharmacies illegally blocking legal, valid, controlled scripts. I have a significant difference of opinion on what I believe the law says versus a prescriber who thinks that the law says pharmacists have to fill any legal prescription they have unless you have one of three things on the corresponding responsibility caution of DEA. What I have said is that is not the way the world works, unfortunately. I have tried to share education. I have been told that you can read in here that no, they haven't drank our Kool-Aid. They're smart enough to read for themselves. They're not going to this, that they're basically saying pharmacists don't have the ability to refuse to fill prescriptions.
They or one guy?
One guy. Yeah, I meant they as in that person.
So regardless of the dose, regardless of the frequency,
If it doesn't rise to
patient
the-
age, other criteria,
So we've heard, we get this talk.
he demanded that it be presented to the Board of Pharmacy. He is upset that he feels that the director of the Board of Pharmacy has tried to derail his complaint. I think part of that is a misunderstanding that people just don't realize that the director of the Board of Pharmacy actually at times does work complaints and cases and investigations. Like I do that because it helps.
We have
the
to come
agency.
in and having, voice his case.
Up to you.
can we just
Maybe-
acknowledge the complaint?
A lot of other boards would just say they accepted it for information purposes.
That's where I was going.
Take no action at this
Right,
time.
that
Yep.
sounds
Because
good.
we know a pharmacist does have the right.
Well, am I reading correctly that he's saying that a pharmacy is just refusing to fill any prescription from his office?
Yep.
Any or just?
Well, I think some of them, it may be any of his prescriptions.
Well, all of his prescriptions are cut up, will be any of them or what?
Got what you got. There was a complaint that we hadn't responded to an earlier complaint from them. I said, we don't appear to have one. They forwarded it to me. I said, that's not our email address, so we never got it. There should have been a kickback. Like our email address is ASBP, not ASPB. Like if you don't put in the right email address, we will never get it.
So this very complaint is what he went and brought before the board?
Yep. With the 43 pages of supporting documents.
I don't, one more minute.
I've got it that you're accepting it for information. And what I would say is there's no action that the board is going to be able to take that a pharmacist is saying they're using their corresponding responsibility or they're moral objection under state law to refuse to fill a prescription.
Agree.
Okay. Got ratio, got the complaint, got the election, got Act 575. I believe the last thing that I have is I handed out a thing about 503Bs supplying 503As. And this is a hairy mess, and I will explain it as best I can. I've got our folks here. A very short version of a very long issue is the fact that FDA has issued for comment, not permanent, but guidance on compound drug, hold on. 503Bs supplying 503A facilities. All right, prohibition on wholesaling under 503B. We feel like as staff, we have been told over the years that a 503B facility cannot sell products for further distribution. And we always had been told, I feel like verbally, I think Dr. McCready would agree with me, that meant a 503B could not supply to a 503A pharmacy to then dispense it. What this new guidance.
Resell it or to dispense it?
Dispense it. We would say that dispensing is reselling it. Like if you dispense it, you sell it. If I send it, if I'm a 503B and I send it to a hospital, it's administered in the hospital.
Yes.
If I send it to a pharmacy on the corner, they're going
Dispense to a
to, they're going
patient.
to dispense it, which we would have called reselling it, or it's further distributing it. But there's been this weird like cutting of the lines and the definition of, well, now we've never actually said officially that that can't happen. That a 503B cannot sell to a 503A to fill a prescription and dispense it because dispensing is now a different term. FDA said that. That is what their draft guidance for comment says. But when we had our own phone call with them, they basically said, we have never stated that it could not be done that way, which we.
And that it could.
There you go.
That's the FDA for you.
So we have many 503B facilities around the country that are now trying to educate 503A pharmacies that we can sell to you and you can sell to your patients. And let me tell you, it's all about diet injectables.
That's wholesaling. I mean, that's manufacturing.
Yeah.
To the left, that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
Private pharmacy.
I know.
I'm surprised with the Drug Security Act.
DSCSA is a whole nother mess with this.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, those things on Nicholas.
Yeah, that'd be a mess.
Yeah.
Well, just the 503A, 503B completion, that whole act that was, DSCSA was kind of a separate part of that, right? No.
Related, no.
You had 503A and 503B, basically. I'm surprised that that's the guy, or that they're seeking comment.
So what I prepared for you today, and I don't know that we have time to discuss it today, we might try to call like a phone meeting to see if this is what you guys want to adopt. This was me trying to put it on paper as to how I thought it might be able to work. And pointing out that in Arkansas rules specifically, like we define outsourcing facilities, go down recently, FDA published.
Just to clarify though, are you just asking, this is the comment that you want to make back?
This is, if this is going to happen on the national level, like we can't hold the dam if FDA no longer says that it can't be done. So if it's going to be workable, this is my suggestion on how it could be workable. And you either have to say if, when the FDA officially adopts the draft guidance, or since the FDA is no longer necessarily telling us that it can't be done, is it now? So I'm saying the commentary only applies to 503B outsourcing facilities and 503A pharmacies that are permitted to do business in Arkansas, both of them. We have 503B facilities we have refused license to. Just because you have a 503A in another state doesn't mean you can buy from an unlicensed 503B and do an end run to try to ship it into Arkansas.
To be dispensed by 503A.
Exactly. The updated interpretation would allow this. Pharmacies in Arkansas or shipping into Arkansas may only utilize medications from 503B outsourcers that are also permitted with the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. So you can't have people who've been denied licenses or don't have one as a supplier. We're pointing out that if you're filling patient-specific prescriptions, in Arkansas, you cannot operate pickup stations. They have to go to patients unless it's a drug that has to be administered in a clinical setting. You give, the examples I often give are Vivitrol is a deep IM that has to be in a clinical setting, or Remicade, which is an infusion-only drug, so you can't just, send it to someone's house and tell them to hook up an IV. We're trying to point out that arrangements that are otherwise or outside of that are not legal and could be prosecuted by the board, probably will be prosecuted by the board, because you can't operate pickup stations, even though we know we have a bunch of mid-level practitioners doing exactly that. The pharmacy shouldn't be sending it to them that way because it's not legal. Has to be labeled, has to have expiration date, storage requirements, FDA side effect statement. The other thing we're getting a lot of complaints on the GLP-1s. If the patient doesn't see the packaging and the patient doesn't have any idea where it came from, and the patient doesn't see the 800 number or the FDA MedWatch notice, if the patient has a side effect, who do they tell? They don't have any of that notification that's supposed to be on a prescription drug anyway.
I've got no issues with this, but are you trying to tee up a potential rule change, or what do
I
you?
think this is an interpretation of how the rules apply. I don't know that we have to do a rule for this. What we have stopped it for years is based on our understanding of what we have been told many, many times. Have I missed anything on that, Brenda? We're frustrated, to say the least.
Licensed.
in Arkansas.
To a specific patient. If
Certain criteria are met.
and you have to decide, is this something that you want to do? And sure. Yeah, it's out-of-state pharmacies. But the rule, as we have it right now, and our interpretation applies to everyone. And if you want to do this, is it something that you want to do now, or do you want to see what the FDA does with the draft guidance? Because it could change.
Wait and
If
see
we
what they
wait.
do with the
Yeah.
draft guidance. Look what they've done with the last 5 things we worked.
I know.
that they've done.
Agree. That's the biggest problem I have with it is if the ongoing interpretation of our rules is that these drugs cannot be resold, which is part of the labeling on 503B, and we may actually need to do an update to our rule on outsourcers since they have that statement, then it's basically sending a message of, guys, this isn't legal in Arkansas right now. It's not legal to come into Arkansas this way right now.
So, out of statements that are allowed.
Yeah.
So do you need this as an intermediate interpretation right now?
No, I'm saying as convoluted as this is what I put together for you guys to look at, be able to read, to try to make an educated decision on how you want us to proceed.
I think we need to not do anything. And let me say this, it's not like these 503B drugs that a 503A pharmacy is going to fill, can be filled on insurance.
No,
No. The other thing too, to keep in mind is, we're the only ones not doing this right. Every nurse practitioner, every PA, every physician out there is getting compounded, whatever, with B12 to make it a little different. They're shooting it up at somebody. We're the only ones not doing it.
and let me tell you, according to our rules, and I've got this in here, it's on the last page. Only in Arkansas, when this rule was written, only a physician has the ability to say that I need this product with a slight difference to duplicate a commercial available product. So like saying this patient actually also needs B12. So to try to use that as a reason to duplicate the commercial product, or this patient needs it that's preservative free. Our rules say physician, not prescriber, not APRN, not PA, physician. So we're trying to educate people that pharmacies, if you're taking these orders, especially when it's just a checkbox of add B12, Just a checkbox to say add B12, first of all, isn't legal because you have to have a patient-specific reason. But second of all,
503A.
no, but it's still on Bs. Yeah, you have Bs that also have an A license to ship.
But is the issue, they're saying if they can't do it in Arkansas, because they're following the laws, but everybody outside the state is.
Yeah, the cases we're gonna have are out-of-state people that are ignoring our law and shipping it in.
So let's say you have a physician's office that's been getting the semaglutide with B12 in it. And now all of a sudden, you know, we can do this, so we're contacting the same pharmacy in Florida that's probably licensed in Arkansas. And ships it, they send it to us, all right? It's got semaglutide and B12 in it. Are we in trouble with that? If we sell it, we didn't make it.
You have to have a patient-specific reason for that product.
No
The
question,
doctor.
no question about it.
So what I would say is, if the product itself is bad, and part of the reason for this, if you have a bad product, then it goes back to whoever made the product. But if you have gotten a bad product, you still have to follow the rules in dispensing of it. Like, you could buy a truckload of it while it's in short supply, but then if the supply chain straightens out, you can't sell it anymore.
No, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, in Arkansas, just doing semaglutide with B12 doesn't necessarily constitute a compound, a reason to compound.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
So in other states, you might can get away with it.
Yeah, they shouldn't
And
be.
so in other states, like say Florida or Texas.
Yeah.
They mix B12 in it and send it to, are we gonna be in trouble for dispensing a product that is a me too?
Arkansas doesn't allow that approach. So whether it's you that gets it or someone in Texas that ships it in that way, it doesn't work. Like it would,
They're doing that now.
You're gonna
How
have a
how do you,
full-time
how do you
job
track
looking
that
for
if
'em.
it's going direct to patient?
it's complaint based. If we find complaints that someone is doing it, we will subpoena their records for that pharmacy and we would bring them before the board.
They're not getting it from pharmacies, though. They're getting it from physicians. It's coming from a Florida pharmacy or
I know.
a Texas pharmacy.
And what we're saying is, but that pharmacy is not supposed to be sending it to clinics to operate it like a pickup station. They could buy it from a 503B, non-patient specific, and inject whoever comes in. That's the way that they ought to do it if they're trying to do it as a clinic-based thing.
But they're having the pharmacy send it to the patient. That's not okay.
No, well, that's not what they're doing.
I mean, they might.
Doesn't the med spa ship it to the patient? Sorry, I have ice in my mouth.
They're trying to hold them.
So it sounds like we hold off for now till we see what the final.
I think you guys take this, think on it, read it, and board president, if you want us to call a meeting for us to set some time aside to discuss it, we can do so.
Okay.
Last thing I have is if you guys will approve our authority to conduct oversight activities, and we will get our new president to sign those for the staff.
Okay, I'll get a motion on that. I think we passed that around.
Yeah.
I make the motion.
do a vote? No.
I make the
Yeah, we can
motion.
do it, but you might be on
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn?
Aye.
And don't forget, we had all these students with us the last 2 days too.
I know.
All right. Four of them riding with me. You kill us.
Did you want it?
Well, we-